No audio. Now we have audio. All right. Can you hear myself on Twitch? All right. Beautiful. All right. Well, say that a lot, don't I? No dropped frames. It's a pretty good feeling. All right, we're just a hair late this morning. I was actually, well, let's see. Let's post on Discord real quick here. I'm really good at not finishing my sentences, if you haven't noticed. Okay, we're live on Twitch. Tune in for bad game dev. Tune it for bad game dev. Tune in for bad game dev. All right. It's posted. Okay, so it was a little annoying this morning because I was just testing around a little bit, and I hit a client crash, or a client. Well, first off, I'll just say we went live with the changes. So now Populus is up to version 0.2.1. We went live with the changes we made yesterday, where we fixed that potential rare server crash that Weemy exposed, where basically we were sending from the server, we were sending WebSocket data down to despite the state of the WebSocket. So if the WebSocket state was closing or closed, we could still potentially be sending data, which would result in an exception, and then the server would crash, therefore. So we fixed that on the server. We fixed that on the server by we added a new method to our player object, because what we were doing before was anytime we were sending data down to a client or the player, we would just talk directly to the WebSocket and send the data straight away. We would just do send data, ws.send, pass the data in. But now we got a little function that we pass our data in, and then this function does a quick check to make sure that the WebSocket ready state is 1. And if the ready state, which is open, so if the ready state is 1, then we're not going to get an error when we try to send data. Otherwise, I throw a log in our server log there to say, tried to send message to player, but WS ready state was blah, 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 blah. So that fixes a crash. Would be albeit a rare crash. Probably wouldn't ever really occur in the real world. Like the only reason why it was happening was because Weemy was basically creating 2 WebSocket connections in the same browser, and you would connect, they would instantly, one would connect, then the next one would connect. One would quit, and then the next one would quit. So you'd have these not even millisecond apart as far as the server goes. Basically 2 closes. So when you would close, when the one player would close, or he would connect the 2 clients, he'd put them in a match together, create a match between the 2. Well, the server does that, but basically if there's a player who's not connected, then the player who's not in a match becomes the waiting player, then another player connects, that server matches them up. And then he would quit the match right away. And then when one player quits, it sends the data to the other player to say that the opponent quit the match early. And it was trying to send the data to the other player, but the other player disconnected as well. So that was where we were running into that crash. So That's fixed now, which feels good. Yes, so I want to, but what I was this morning, I was just doing a little test, just a little playthrough, and I realized we were getting a crash on the client, where I assume what was happening was, I didn't dig into it further at the time, because I chalked it up to something else, but I think it was really a case of the client getting out of sync with the server. So the client thought it popped a bubble, basically, but the server treated it as an error, as a mistake. So therefore, the server state rolled back to say you have to repop that next bubble, but the client thought it popped the bubble. So that's my guess as to what happened. So I'd like to try something to see if I can replicate that. And what we should do, that's kind of the first thing I want to take a look at. That kind of derailed whatever else I was going to look at. Because I wanted to work on the client. I wanted to work on the client, having the client WebSocket connection reconnect if the server goes down, something like that. So if I reboot the server or something, I wanted to be able to set up some handlers for if we were in a match and the server closed, that we would basically allow the client to recover. We'd gracefully quit a match. For example, oops, let's do that. Well, that was a good example there where the server had rebooted, and then, all right, so here we go. I put our guys in a match, and then if I kill the server, the clients still keep going. We get, we get some errors here because we're trying to send WebSocket data. But then when the time runs out, obviously they're completely not in sync anymore because there's no server, right? So you could just keep popping bubbles, and eventually you're going to get this issue where there's no more bubbles to bring back. So we're just getting a ton of errors. And then when the time runs out, nothing happens, right? Because the server went down. That's it. Cactus Man, what's going on? Good to see you, Cactus Man. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, so we went live with a new version, updated version, yesterday. We're fixing the crash that Weemy to go exposed yesterday, or that was possible. Albeit it would have been rare to have that occur in the wild. I mean, he kind of brought it out, but it was kind of a simple thing that I should have already taken into account. Which is basically, before we send WebSocket data to the client, we should make sure that the client status is open. The client WebSocket status is open. So basically added that little check in there, and that should fix that case. And we're also now logging. We are also now logging anything that happens. Anything that basically, if we're trying to send data to a client that's not open, then we're going to log that, because that's kind of and log the state, because that's kind of an interesting case. In the wild, that will be an interesting case. So the other thing is, well, I was kind of talking about how I want to have there we go. I want to have the client recover itself if, like, the server goes down, or if you go to the website but the WebSocket server is down. Just noticed I had low latency turned off for quite a while now. Feels bad, man. I raged at Twitch for having 5 seconds of delay. Woo. Low latency. I didn't really know about that. Is that like a... Oh, I see. It's an advanced setting there. Nice. I like it. Cool. Good to know. Yeah, I see mine's turned on for Did Twitch turn off the low latency for you, like automatically or something? All right. Well, yeah. So okay. So all of this aside, I was going to work on handling, and I think we still will today. I was going to work on handling a closed WebSocket when the server's down, basically on the client side. I was going to work on that this morning. In other words, like gracefully, like if we were to reboot the server, if the server were to crash during the middle of a match, like it would be nice to, obviously the match has to go down, but it'd be nice to have like a message that just says for the client, because right now I killed the server in this game between these two players, and it just sits here forever. The timer runs out because the clients wait for the server to send the match ended event message that the match ended. So they just sit here forever. But it would be nice if we detect that the WebSocket closed, we handle that event. Or if when we initially connect to the web page, and the WebSocket connection is down. So the HTTP is fine. We download the file, the HTML and JavaScript just fine, and that runs. But then the WebSocket connection is unable to connect. Then we should handle that as well. Or like have a message or something that says the server's down, or have something like that, basically. Now I guess I did it on a background music tab or something. Again, disconnection reasons. Notify clients, reboot them, let them get back in or something, and reload after. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of my, yeah, it'd be nice to have the clients just, I mean, I feel like for the most part, we can get by without interrupting things. I mean, if the server were to go down in the middle of a match, like obviously that's an abrupt thing, and it would be, I think we need to, just straight up end the match if that's the case on the client side. Like the client just needs to handle. So like I'll have it fire off a game engine event if we detect that the WebSocket closed, if we get the WebSocket on close event on the client side. So I've got that code commented out here, but this.socket.close, we got a function here. So I'd like to, we'll basically be filling that out and firing off a game engine event. And then from there we can, depending on what we're in, if we're in a match, if we're somewhere else, we could handle that. Yeah, and I'm trying to think, like, we probably don't need to like reload the page at all, but it would be nice to maybe kick off like a retry, like a set interval that tries to retry to connect to the server. I think that kind of makes the most sense. Or pull stats from the clients and wait for all matches to end and don't allow new ones for the time being. That could be too, but I want to handle, like, in case of any like hard crashes too, like if something were to just break in the middle, I'd kind of want to handle that case as well. I mean, yes, if I reboot the server, it'd be nice to like not whatever, if that makes sense. Yeah, but anyway, that's what I was planning on working on this morning. But then I realized there was one little bug. Not one little bug. It's probably a big bug. But I noticed that. Oh, there we go. So I've got a couple development clients here connecting to the server, my development server, and I noticed that one of the clients was getting out of sync, basically. my guess, it happened to me this morning. So what I think happened was the client assumed that it had popped a bubble, but the server said, I don't think you popped a bubble. And right now I don't have any way to like actually rectify that case necessarily, like if they actually get out of sync. So I want to try to replicate that. I don't know if I can actually, because it might have been some weird edge case that caused it in the first place. But the only thing I want to try is like potentially like maybe if the mouse cursor is right on the edge, like maybe we've got like a little bit of a rounding precision issue or something. That was a pop. Just want to try like some little edge. Yeah, that's all fine. Just tell the server you popped one and see what happens manually. That was kind of my plan. Well, actually, you don't actually tell the server you popped one. You send that you clicked over this region of space, and then the server does the deciphering if you popped one or not. So, I mean, I could send, so it's like battleships. Well, the client does its own, the client does its own assumption too. So, that's why everything works really fast. Like the client is, basically I don't have any way to like, when you pop a bubble, that's going to be fast regardless of your connection, right? The client just assumes when I pop the bubble, it does the check if the cursor's over the circle, right? And then it does the check yes, and it also sends that data to the server, and the server kind of is running the game in parallel as well. And the problem that happened is the server sends bubbles to the client when they pop bubbles. So it's kind of like on demand, the bubbles getting sent to the clients. So what happened was there was probably an error. There would have been an error. And then basically the state, like, so for example, when you make an error, this bubble comes back, but the client didn't know it made an error, or the server said it was an error. The client didn't think it was an error. So the client, according to the client, I just kept popping bubbles, and the client said everything is okay. But the server was logging all those things as errors, error, because I had to go back and repop that last bubble. So everything, the client and server basically out of sync. So then the problem is that then the server's not sending more bubbles to the client. So if the server doesn't send any more bubbles, then there's a point where the client is going to run out of that bubble buffer that it's got. Like it's got like 8 bubbles ahead. So there's like an 8 bubble buffer. So like when you pop the first, like when you initially start the game, the server sends 8 bubbles down to the clients. And then whichever player pops the first bubble, then the server generates the 9th bubble and then sends that down to this client. So that way the player's got like 5 bubbles, well, 4 bubbles on screen here, but it's got like a back buffer of 4 bubbles, like a supply of 4 extra bubbles that it's already got the data for, the colors and the positions and everything and size. It's got all that data. It just needs to then show them on screen. And then as we go, whichever player's in the lead is triggering those extra bubble generation. Nice, that makes up for potential lag. Yeah, exactly. So it should be, like, there'd have to be an insane amount of latency for that to become an actual issue. But the problem is when they get out of sync. So then the client thought it popped a bubble. The server said it was an error. So then the client went on to the next bubble, but the server says you need to go back and pop the previous bubble. But the client doesn't know. So it goes and just keeps popping the other bubbles until it used up the buffer, because the server was not sending more bubbles because the client was making errors, basically. That was what was going on. So if the client pops a bubble and it's a good pop, a valid pop on the server, then the server sends the next bubble. So that's the issue, is that the client kept making errors, but it thought it was making correct pops because it made one error that the server said was an error, but the client thought it was valid. So that was the problem. Because I've seen that, I knew that, well, I more or less knew that was what the problem was. So we're talking package loss. Is that even a thing with WebSockets? Not that I know of. I don't think it was packet loss. I think it was an actual, like, I don't know. It could have been a bug on the client. Like the client sent a wacky mouse input. Not likely. Or what my thought was is maybe it was more of like a precision issue. So, for example, like if I pop a bubble, like maybe right on the edge, like maybe the pixel value of the pop is good, but as we can see here, you know, like that's kind of my test here. Or it could have been like that we went out of bounds, like the server thought we went out of bounds. But anyway, but basically no, Cactus Man. I think it is an actual bug on the client side, or vice versa, bug on the server side. Like it's an actual like probably a precision issue. Like you were right on the edge of the pop, the bubble, and it's basically like with the mouse cursor, I'm doing like pixel coordinates, and then those get converted into like a generic unit system that works. Like, so the server just gets these units. The server just gets these like generic units, these units that the client sends. So like regardless of the size of the screen. Actually, this might even be a better way to test. Whoops. Let's do this. Because maybe if we do something like this, it's hard to get the mouse right now. Yeah. All right. All right. Well, anyway, we're gonna continue this. I gotta take a quick BRB though. Quick bathroom break. First bathroom break of the stream. Be right back. Exclamation point. There we go. All right. We'll be right back in a second here. All right, we are back. Okay, so Okay, so I've said okay, so a lot over my streaming career. I want to look at Cactus Man with the sub. No way. Cactus Man, you didn't have to. Thank you for that. I really appreciate it. I really do. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. This is crazy. We're at 18 subs. It's outrageous. That really is. That really is. Yeah, again, thank you, Cactus Man. Really appreciate it. And thanks for hanging out and everything, and you've offered some good suggestions and stuff. Okay, so I am I'm trying to kind of rack my brain a little bit about how we can maybe better replicate the issue. I mean, because I can for sure just straight up like make the client, like I can alter the client to just do this, repeat this. But the problem is I don't know, like, because the fact that the issue can occur in the wild is kind of like I'd like to find how to make it repeatable, if that kind of makes sense. So like maybe I go right to the edge there. You know, like maybe something. I wonder if like if we went right to the edge, maybe we could trip the. What if we make it smaller? I'm just gonna try a few things. This is kind of boring, but let the client randomly shift the bubble into some direction and provoke BS signals to the server. Well, that's the thing. I know I can do that, but the thing is I want to try to find the case where this happens naturally, right? Like I can it would be pretty trivial to just let the client think it popped a bubble. And then like I could just well, okay, so there's kind of two things with that. That's a good test, right? Because we can like, so if this case does happen in the wild in a rare little case and it's like a slight precision issue, that's fine. That's totally fine. But if it wasn't an issue like that on the client, like there was really some weird little flip around or something. How does the hit detection work? Aren't you just measuring the distance X and Y because it's a circle? Exactly. Yes, that's how it works. So my thought is maybe it's a slight like precision issue because it's converting from like obviously a mouse pointer is on a pixel and then there's a pixel radius and everything of the circle. And then when it does that, but then basically it converts like the pixels to like a unit, to a unit space coordinate. But you'd still be comparing integers. Well, it converts it into like a floating point position. If it doesn't hit, it doesn't hit. Well, Weemy, what's going on, Weemy? Good to see you. Welcome back. I wonder, like, maybe if I make it small. I'm not staying for long. Yeah, no worries, with me. Thanks for hanging out at all. I appreciate it. I did actually release an update for the server that will prevent that crash. And after you left, I ended up kind of doing my own little test. Yes, I've tested it. Yeah, because basically what was happening is since you answered before yeah. So basically what the issue was is you would create two WebSocket connections at the same time, right? And you'd put them both in a match together, and then you'd quit them both. You'd have both of them quit at the same time. So the problem was, like what the server does is if one of the players quits, then it sends the other player the message that the opponent quit, right? So you can have this nice message that shows that somebody quit on you, right? So like if I do, that's a little weird, 32. How did that happen? All right, we'll have to look at that. Yeah, 32.075. Match ended after. This guy closed right at that last second. Yeah, that's interesting. All right. Anyway, I just found something else. So what I was explaining quickly was that there are, if somebody quits, so like if I quit the match early on this, if I click the X button here, or if I refresh the browser, then it shows on this guy, opponent quit, right? So the server sends a message down to the other opponent to say, hey, your opponent quit. And then it shows that player the stats at the end of the game, right? And like the shortened time, the amount of time that it took. So, that was the problem, because basically since both players quit simultaneously, whichever player was first, got to the server first, triggered that event first on the server, would say it's closed, but then the other player would also be closing, and then it would try to send the data to that other opponent, which was already closed, to the other player, which was already closing the WebSocket connection. So that was where the exception was coming from, because I was trying to send data down a WebSocket that was in a closing state. So we fixed that by just now having like a little wrapper method now, and then we check before we send data to down the WebSocket. We do a check to make sure the ready state of the WebSocket is 1, which is open. And then if not, then I'm logging. I'm doing a little log here. So we'll see the log when an event like that happens, because this really shouldn't happen in the wild. I mean, potentially it could, but I would imagine it's a very slim chance that both players in two different parts in the world quit simultaneously, and somehow those messages both hit in that little thing. But it's like collision events in games. I never know how to handle the headshot first scenario. Technically, who collides with whom, because they got to do stuff, and you still got to process one of those things first, and it's just weird. Yeah, for sure, Cactus Man. I mean, this is thankfully a lot simpler than like a first-person shooter or something. But yeah, I mean, it's like there's no win. There's always going to be some compromise, and somebody's always going to get gypped a little bit. Like that's just kind of the nature of network games. I mean, the lower the latency of everyone, like the better, obviously. But And like you can make it better. You can make things more accurate by like forcing that people have lower latency in those cases. But then your game's not going to factor in people who have like slower connections. Like you want everyone to be able to play to some extent. Blue, what's going on? Good morning. Good to see you. Thanks for hanging out, Blue. Appreciate it. Yeah, Weemy, thanks again, because that was nice. And this was a dumb thing I should have. I mean, this is part of me just kind of learning about using WebSockets and everything. But I should have already had this in place, a thing like this, where I'm making sure that the WebSocket is open before we actually send data down the pipe. So, yeah, we're making it better bit by bit. If anyone can make it happen, it has a chance for it to happen. Yes, and that's the problem I experienced just this morning, right before we went live. I experienced a case where the client thought it popped a bubble, but the server didn't think it popped a bubble. So then the client kept going, kept playing, pop, 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 pop. And the server was like, error, 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 because you were supposed to go back and pop that previous bubble, but you didn't, from what the server thought. And then basically the client used up its buffer of bubbles that it received from the server, because the server generates new bubbles when there's valid pops. So when you pop a bubble successfully, the server sends down a new bubble. So I experienced that issue this morning, just now, just before the stream. And I'm trying to figure out how to replicate it. And it's... The thing I'm thinking right now is it's perhaps like a precision issue. Ooh, wait a minute. I have another idea. Hang on, let's just see if we can screw around with something here. I'm just gonna try some crazy ideas. I didn't want to work on this morning, and we might even ignore it because, for now, because this is probably a really rare case. How does the coordinate system in the game area work? It might be a float issue where the client rounds up and the server rounds down, and that breaks it. Well, okay, so yes, so like I was saying, there is, for example, there's basically a generic unit coordinate system that the server uses, and it uses basically it treats the play area as a circle with 1,000 units of a radius. Floating point 1,000.0. So like this circle is 1,000 units. So then it generates the positions of the bubbles all based in that unit system, this generic unit-based system where the size of this is 1,000 units. And then basically each client, depending on the size of its screen, has like a multiplier that's units per pixel. Or pixels per unit. Pixels per unit, I think. So then that's just a number, right, that I can then, that's based upon the height of the screen. And then the server sends down those floating point unit space coordinates for all the bubbles. And then the client just does the multiplier times the whatever to put the bubble on screen in the correct position. And then obviously like the mouse moving around the screen is all just pixel positions, integer pixel positions, and then no fractions, right? So we need to, as we're moving the mouse, basically I can just kind of multiply and offset the mouse position to turn that into a unit position. And then that gets sent back up to the server. So that's why I'm thinking it potentially could be a rounding thing. Yeah, it sounds like there's a room for a shift in accuracy between spawning bubble from unified coordinate to popping it at a position based on the client window scale coordinate. Could be. I mean, I think like the pixels in the case of, because it's like an 1,000 unit thing, well, I mean, the thing I would want to try is maybe like, yeah, like I was thinking like maybe if we're like right on the edge of a bubble or something, it would work. But I'm seeing if this thing moves on the other player, that means the server said it was good. So that was kind of like my little eyeball test. But yeah. So that's what makes me think this isn't an issue, because the pixels, what if the server just allows you to be off by like 1 unit, but the client doesn't, as a solution, a fail-safe padding, basically? Well, the thing that I think is, well, yeah, how do we reproduce it? Yes, and like that's the thing. Like I don't know if it's really a I don't know if it really is like I don't know if this was the case of the issue. Like it could have been a weird like let's say, let's just say like we pop this, maybe we go here. Hang on, let's try this again. Okay, so let's try. Is there a way to maybe make the, well, and it also could have been going out of bounds was the problem too. Like maybe it was a boundary issue. Because the other thing is, maybe it's not, maybe this isn't the issue. Maybe this isn't the problem. Hang on a second here. All right. Did you hear the cat? Could you hear him meowing? He was kind of back in the... I had to go shut the door because the cat made it down into the basement through... He's kind of locked because my wife is painting upstairs, so he's kind of... Anyway, it's kind of a long story, but he's a little upset because he can't be allowed to roam free right now. All right. I think he was just taking a nap before, and now he is angry kitty. Yes, he doesn't like having to be confined. All right, hang on. I'm gonna have to deal with this real quick. We'll BRB. Cat break. All right, we are back. Don't break the cat. Nice. Yeah, he's all good. Basically, my wife's doing painting upstairs right now. And he's kind of in like the laundry room, which is upstairs. But there's like a hole in the wall to get to like the bathroom water shut, like the shower water shut off valve in the laundry room. So he loves to go through that hole, which takes him down into like another room in the basement here. So he jumped down into the basement through this upstairs room, through that hole in the wall. Anyway, I noticed that if you zoom in all the way and rapidly move the mouse within the play area, it registers that as errors. Oh. Hole in the wall. Nice. Cactus Man, you might be onto something. That thought occurred to me here. Let's try something here. Whoops. Well, by zoom in, you mean like browser zoom? Or that still seems to be working fine. That looks awful. I went full screen and zoom all the way. Okay, so full screen. Let's try that. Control plus. Yeah. All right, so let's just refresh these bad boys here. Full screen this one. Oh, that doesn't. All right, so we zoom all the way. Wow, that's... You're... In practice mode, though. All right, let's try it on... I'm on actual Populus GG right now. Like this, and it was issue. You were having the issues. Trash, what's going on? Good to see you. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, but oh, huh? That's interesting. Wow, we got the. That's kind of funny. The zoom doesn't really do anything. It just makes things look way worse. It's pretty funny. Interesting. Okay. Hang on. Let me try that on here again. Let me try that just on the dev one here. Let's do that. Well, okay. Now, wait a minute, though. If we practice... Okay. Let's just... Yeah, it's kind of doing that there, too. It's doing a bunch of errors there. We can see, like, quite a few. Well, maybe like 3 or something right there. Trash, are those blinking red dots new? No, they're not actually. They're more. We're kind of screwing around with some stuff right now that's making them look obviously humongous, but they are obviously they're amplified right now, just in your face. Because the size of these doesn't actually change with the zoom. So like if you, it's kind of interesting. So normally they're really small, basically what's going on. But they scale up with the zoom in because they are, the rest of the window doesn't. It's kind of funny. Because every time we do a zoom, this thing like resizes, the resizing kicks in and adjust it so that it's still centered. So when you zoom in, it just looks awful is all it does, really. All right, anyway. Who's calling? Man, you could really hear that. I don't know who, I don't know if that was my wife upstairs or what. You can hear everything. Cactus Man. You must have the volume cranked. NM, it looks diff because you're zoomed in. Oh, right. Exactly. Yeah, so like this stuff rescales. Like, so obviously like our Twitch links grow, right, with the zoom in. But like these elements here resize themselves automatically. So every time we do a scroll, they don't zoom at all because they're resizing based upon the size of the window. And then, and like the game elements are the same too, except for the red dots and like this X button. So those things will actually grow when we zoom in. So like the red dots now become really big because I don't resize those based on the size of the window. That is something, actually I don't think we added that to our list, but it's actually at 50% in Windows and like 10% on Twitch. I'm going to use Populus's Valorant warm-up from now on. Nice, Blue. I like it. Yeah, I saw you were playing Valorant the other day. I don't know. Like, I'm an arena first-person shooter guy, but I never got into Counter-Strike. And when Valorant came out, or back when it was like Project A or whatever, I was kind of like, oh, a first-person shooter by... Who makes it again? Riot? Does Riot make it? It's like, oh, a new arena first-person shooter, cool. But then I was like, oh, it's just like Counter-Strike, and like I never really got into Counter-Strike. I like Quake and stuff like that. I like kind of the more, I don't know. But anyway. Overwatch is fun. Yeah, more like Overwatch should maybe be a little more maybe my style. I haven't played Overwatch, but I don't know. I made this clip disregard mouse displaying on the right side. It's because of Windows scaling. Oh. So you're using like a different DPI scaling for in Windows? I'm using 100% right now. I'm at 100% normal DPI. Whoops. Whoops. Huh, it's not playing for me. Oh, I wonder if that's because... What? All right. All right. I can't. When a stupid Windows video player. Why do they have this? I don't know. All right. Sorry, Cactus Man. I'll have to take a look at that later or something. Weeby. Catch you later. Thanks for hanging out. Always appreciate it. Always do. Make Bugs channel on Discord and I'll slam it there. Oh, okay, okay, nice. Yeah, I did have a feedback and Bugs channel on Discord, but let's actually create one here now, again, under the Populus section. Text channel, bugs, and feedback. All right, we got the text channel there now under the Populus section, I think. If you find any bugs or have any actually, I'm not going to call it, hang on. I'm not going to call it feedback. I'm just going to call it bugs and issues. If you find any bugs or have any issues, please share here. Sweet. Beautiful. All right, zoomed in all the way. I'm not hitting the border. Note that I'm at, okay, you're at 150% in Windows. Huh. Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, because the cursor's on the right. I wonder if that's the problem. Or it's like thinking the cursor's on the right. That's really interesting. All right, so for anyone there, what I'm looking at right now, I won't pull it up on screen, but Cactus Man just shared a little video under the bugs and issues channel on Discord. So there's the Discord if anyone's interested. You can see what Cactus Man is describing. When I slow down, it works fine. Oh, I'll test with normal DPI. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I kind of think there's no reason to like zoom in because it doesn't make a difference, right? Like I think that's my policy. Like zooming in doesn't make a difference with the game because these things are resized, and I feel like I kind of want to keep it that way. Obviously, these links zoomed in, but like if I zoom in here, the sizing of everything doesn't change, right? And I feel like that's just gonna the way it's gonna be. All right, so what are we working on right now? Well, I just so happened to run into a little bug this morning. Right after I thought everything was just fine and dandy yesterday, but I kind of knew this was going to happen at some point. So basically, there's a bug where the client, when you play Populus, the client does checking of the game, right? The client's running its own copy of the game, checking for mouse collisions and pops and everything. And if it's good, it goes forward. But it's also kind of sending a data off to the server on the side. And the server's also running a copy of the game as well. And basically what happened is the client, in my case this morning, the client thought it popped a bubble. But the server said, no, you didn't pop a bubble. So the client kept playing, assuming, oh, I can just keep popping bubbles here and here and here and there and there. And the server said, no, that's an error, that's an error, that's an error, that's an error, right? Because you have to go back and pop that previously popped, that when you make a mistake, a bubble comes back, right? So the server said, no, that bubble is back there. You have to go back and pop that bubble. It doesn't happen on Firefox. UI issues feel 10 times more complicated than back-end issues. Well, this isn't really a UI issue necessarily. But I agree. Yeah, I agree with that, Blue Exabyte. Yeah. That's because there's just so much stuff out of your control, you know, that when things happen, you know. Typically with back-end, you're not dealing with like the UI or the scaling or the window size or something's going to like be different on this browser and do this other thing and do this dumb thing, you know, right? Which, I don't know, that's kind of the problem with web dev. Kind of a huge issue with web dev. Whereas, you know, the server side stuff, like your program's going to run because it's your program. You told it to do what you want it to do. And there's not people like interacting with the program like in some way that's outside of the bounds that you designed the program in, you know, kind of thing. But basically, I don't know what the problem was. And I don't know how to resolve it or replicate it. I should say, well, I actually have an idea for how to resolve it. And the resolution, my resolution for this is, he climbed down through the wall again. So my resolution for this is just having the server send the authoritative response back to the client and say, no, that was an error. Like, so for every like pop or error or whatever, for everything like that, the server might send a response. So the server's not doing like a polling based gameplay. It's basically just responding whenever a client sends a thing, sends some data, which is kind of on an interval because the client sends 60 mouse updates a second. If you move the mouse. So hang on, another quick cat break. All right. The cat is hacking the system. He's got a hair in my mouth. I would just let him run around the room down here, but when he knows he's trapped in the basement, like when he knows the basement door is shut, he'll just whines and he'll like look right at me. He'll like stand over here like 10 feet away and just meow right at me because he knows like I'm down here and he knows like I can let him up. So anyway. iClaim, what's going on? Good to see you, iClaim. OMG cat. Yeah, I've been having some cat issues because my wife's painting upstairs, so she's trying to keep him out from upstairs. And, you know, if he's down in the basement down here exclusively, he whines when he knows he can't go upstairs. Like if the door's shut, it's shit. Yeah, so she's got him kind of situated up in the laundry room upstairs, but he can get down into the basement from the laundry room because there's a hole in the wall. Long story short, he is should have got a dog, you know. I'm just kidding. We love our cat. We love him. He's still kind of a kitten. Still a young little guy. All right, so long story short, should have gotten a dog. Yeah. We did adopt a dog for a little bit, like kind of when quarantine COVID started, because we were kind of like, we wanted to get a pet at some point, and we actually adopted a dog from our local humane society, and he was kind of nice because I'd be down here work. You know, at that point I was, you know, I didn't start streaming until like August, but so this was before all of that. But I would basically I was working from home full time, so I was down here where I am exactly right now. And like, he would just kind of come downstairs, and I got the futon back here, so he would just kind of come down and just sit there in the futon. So that'd be kind of cool. Like he would kind of sit like a human, you know, like not kind of just like kind of sit up back on his butt and kind of just sit there. That'd be kind of funny if we still had him. You'd probably just see him like just chilling on the couch like a human for a while. Anyway. Oh, did I say adopted? No, we didn't adopt the dog. We were fostering the dog. So we were just having him temporarily with us because our local humane society was trying to get their pets, you know. I mean, that was just one of their little initiatives with COVID to try to get as many pets out. Anyway, my issue isn't reproducible in Firefox, by the way. Maybe it's something to look at after all. Okay. Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, so, yeah, thanks for posting that there, Cactus Man, because I will look at that. I don't want to screw around with my DPI settings right now because I don't know what that'll do with stream with OBS and everything. But I will probably take a look at that offline. But yeah, so I'm trying to think of what else happened this morning when I was just doing this little test that could possibly have caused this problem. And I actually, in development, I have this nice little thing here that logs. We set logging to true, and actually I probably should have already been doing this. We set logging to true in our config file here, and then in our client match. Mistake. Basically, I'm logging all the mouse inputs to a CSV file, which is kind of nice. Okay, let's delete this last one. So, like, if I play a competitive game, and I don't do this on the in production. This is just a little thing I have set up. I set up a month or so ago. So, like, as I play, basically, I was going to use these logs to kind of, to kind of show, for kind of building my own bots, basically. is the idea. Like I could kind of get an idea of what it looks like for a human to play the game. I could have like all the data. I could have all the mouse input data. And then for building like an actual bot, we could have something that more or less matches well with that. Okay, so if we go to this CSV, the server generates this CSV file, and then in here we can see the player, so like player 1 here, and we can see the type of mouse movement or mouse event that it was. So was it a movement or a click? There's a click here. So obviously, like in this case, when I started playing the game, we had a bunch of mouse movements before we had a click. And then basically, oh, this next number here is the target bubble ID. So we could, what this would let us do is actually like step through kind of, I could see like the state of the game, right? So as I'm moving the mouse, the target bubble ID is 0. So then at this point, on this mouse click, I popped the right bubble. So the next bubble is 1. So the bubbles IDs are just in 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, you know, just integers starting at 0. So the bubble IDs are supposed to be going up, right? And then if I made a mistake, actually to see a mistake, I should really be viewing this like in some spreadsheet software or something, but it's really not that. Did I make, oh, here we go. Here we made a mistake. No, here's the good example. Okay, so here we made a mistake. So we were trying to pop bubble 32 at this point. We're trying to pop bubble 32. Then you can see here a click puts us at 31, bubble 31 now. And we can see down here the mistake message was logged. So I popped dead space. So I clicked and missed, I missed the bubble pop. That's what happened there basically, right? So with this, I can see what the server says. And from here, we can see, like, here's the timestamp that the server's been running. So we're at 9,900 milliseconds, so almost 10 seconds into the game. We can see, basically here, this is like the timestamp delta from the message. Not important for what we're talking about here. But then here's like the unit space position of the mouse cursor at that event is basically what this data is here. So is there no CSV view in VS Code? Marketplace has extensions that can help with .csv files. So nothing natively. Oh, you can't see this, but I have a little message down here. Actually, let's check it out. Let's check it out. Let's see what we got. Excel viewer, 1.2 million. Let's try it. Let's check this out. I like this. JSON to CSV, edit CSV, rainbow CSV. This Excel viewer, I think that view Excel. Wow, straight up Excel spreadsheets too, and CSV files within Visual Studio. Let's try it. Let's install it. Installing. Powered by Weejmo. Weejmo. What is it with these names of things? All right. It's installed. Do we have to reload or whatever? We have to refresh. Okay, that obviously didn't work. Oh, maybe we have to open with, no. I guess maybe we have to just reopen the whole project here again. Okay. There we go. All right, we got to zoom in. The GIF just showed you how. Oh. Let's check it out. That's not it. There we go. Oh, yeah, that's the diff there. Okay. I've never actually like looked at the. Nice. I've like done the little diff of a file or whatever, open changes, but. All right, so here. For CSV files, oh, open preview. Invoke the open preview command. Use Explorer. Okay. Oh. So if I do this, open preview, sick. Look at that. Look at that. And it automatically detects the header for us and everything. Well, I guess that's not really that fancy of a thing, but look at that. Isn't that beautiful? Can I zoom? No, I guess I can't zoom, so you guys kind of have to, I don't know how well that shows up on stream, but it looks good. It looks really good. I like it. And I mean, it's doing some rounding. I don't know how if I have like precision control over how much it's going to round, but I mean, for this view, it's probably good enough for right now. Yeah, so I don't know how well this is showing up on stream, but you can see we got, player, so it's player 1 and player 2. And technically this would show everything intermingled right now. So if I was only playing as one player during this, so it only shows that. But anyway, type of mouse event, the target bubble ID at that point of the mouse event, the timestamp, number of milliseconds since the game started, basically since the match started. What is this mouse event? Oh, that's the delta. So that's the amount of time between that last message and the current message and the previous one. The position X, the position Y, and these are in unit space. Yeah, so like we have what looks like a few mouse movements before we get into this onto the screen here, maybe. Actually, that's interesting. Hang on. Hang on. Let me try something here real quick. Looks good enough. Cool. I just got an idea. Let me close all that junk. Okay, we need to start HTTP. Got to redo all this from scratch here. Yeah, so for just serving my static files on my dev machine, I just use the HTTP-server npm package. I just have it globally installed. It's not part of my actual, I just need to serve files statically, so I could do it anyway, basically, with anything. But then to start the WebSocket portion, we have to do node start server. Okay. And then I've got a server script that this little script kind of does like hot reloading and stuff when you make code changes and everything. A little script I wrote with a file system watcher and everything to just automatically restart the server whenever we make code changes, which is kind of nice. Okay, so now let's play a game. Whoa. Let's play a match. Let's play a match here. Play a match. All right, I'm gonna click play. Let's see what happens if we do. So like I'm moving the mouse out here. You know what? Hang on. I'm going to do another thing quick. We're going to change the match time to like just 5 seconds for right now. So the cool thing is I just changed that in one place on the server. And then we changed that in one place on the server. And then I just thought of something cool. Maybe we could have like we could build the auto reload, we could build the location.restart reload or whatever in development maybe if we like lose connection to the WebSocket server. Maybe not. All right, anyway. Oh, that actually reminds me. You know what I should do? I should handle like the JS sig term or whatever, the node sig term. Like if I control C, from the so I start my server, control C. We should handle like I could do that. And then in the sig term or whatever, we close the WebSocket server gracefully, which would then trigger to the browsers that the WebSocket closed. And like maybe we could, I don't know. I was just side detail, not really important. I was just kind of thinking of some cool ideas. Anyway, process.one sig term handler. Nice. I like it. Perfect. Yeah, because we could do that. You'll need a sigint for the control C and a sig up for Windows command stuff too. Just did that the other day. Oh, nice, nice, nice. Yeah, I'll have to. I want to kind of. I'll maybe look into that. That's not really necessary at this point, but it'd be kind of cool to just screw around with that, do a little more. Oops. Because then, like, maybe we could have the browsers in development. Well, I don't. There'd have to be a. Basically, because I always run into the issue where the server restarts because I changed some code, but then the browsers are still stuck, and then I like forget, and I forget to refresh the browser. Anyway, not really that big a deal. All right, so here we go. We're joining a match. What was I going to test again? Well, we're down to 10 seconds now. We just did that, which is nice. All right, so. Oh. Okay, hang on. I got an idea here. Actually, I think this is already something we fixed. Okay, so here was the last game. We've got our CSV file, open preview. Hang on, let's see. Let's just quickly before, I just want to see if this open preview like automatically. I want to see if this automatically like refreshes. Sick. There we go. Okay, so that's cool. So it automatically reloaded my latest CSV file. Because to generate the CSV, I'm doing fs in Node. I'm doing fs write file sync, I think. So it overwrites the file if it already exists, which is great. So yeah, so this is our latest match right here where I just did a bunch of popped dead space, pop 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 dead space. And in between all of these is the mouse movements, right? So as I was like moving and clicking, we were, so that's cool that this is automatically reloading. Again, this is probably small for you guys, but. All right, so then what I actually wanted to test, I wanted to test clicking out here. Because I remember that this was an issue, actually. I think we fixed this as an issue. So we click, and it doesn't show up as anything. It doesn't show up, yeah. So the problem we had before is when you'd click, this was a while ago. This was a couple weeks ago. But I remember we had an issue where if you clicked out of bounds, the server would count that as a pop, which it sounds ridiculous. Because there's just like a weird, basically the way I was doing the if statement checking of all that stuff, there was like a little condition in there where it would, so we fixed that. So like here we're doing clicks, but it's not counting as an error because we were out of bounds already. Like our position of the cursor was 1,050 units by 768 when we did that click. So we were out of bounds. We were out of the circle. The radius of the circle is 1,000 units. Okay, so oh. I think actually that's a good, I don't know if it looked like it was correct. It looks a little weird because the precision of where it's rounding, like it looks like this one is less, but this one is great. 232, 2337, 2354. I think it was correct. I think it just looked. Yeah. Yeah, because I had. Yeah, because for the most part, I can tell these timestamps are going up. Yeah, we only have 5 seconds. It just, yeah, it looks weird because, like, for whatever reason, it's rounding to 2 decimal places for the preview here, and then it's only rounding to 1 there. So, whatever. All right. Need more coffee. I'm going to grab some more real quick. We'll be right back. 2 seconds. Don't go anywhere. I'm not even going to mute the mic. Not even going to mute the mic. Don't go anywhere. I'll be back. My slipper's coming off. Coming back. Coming back. All right, we're back. Ooh. Okay. Well, sorry. Little cough there. Hang on, my speakers are muting themselves. Sorry for spamming the Windows audio sound there. All right, there's one mug's worth of coffee left. So, and I got a pretty decent sized mug. You know, it's definitely bigger than the average, your average mug size. Anyway, yeah, I picked this mug up at a thrift store. I like the colors. It's kind of it's probably like an older. It's a Mikasa. You know, it was probably obviously part of like another set, whatever. A set of all different ceramic, whatever. Has a screen painting. Yeah, it does. It does. It's got and it's kind of like a textured. It's kind of like a textured looking pattern on it. Or I guess it's not really a. It doesn't really look like it was a hand. Like, obviously, the mug, obviously, it's a printed thing on the mug, right? But it's not what I meant by, like, actually, it doesn't look like a hand-created pattern at all. It was like some sort of computer-created. Got an Aperture Science mug. Nice. I love it. I love Portal, Half-Life. I mean, Half-Life's probably my favorite franchise of. I mean, I guess Portal and, you know, they're the same universe, but Half-Life's probably my favorite. Some of my favorite games of all time. All right, so I want to turn the client logging on too, because I had like a little more extended logging thing that I was doing on the client side. You know what I should do? Let's do this. Let's do this. I got an idea. All right, so we've got a variable called config.logging, right? Yeah. So that should come in as config.logging. So let's, wherever we do a console log that logs bubbles from server added. Yeah, I've got a little idea here. So I want to, it'd be nice to make our client logs also turn on when we set that to true. So let's do match. Okay, that's old. All right, so this is mistake. Target is now this. Cursor down. There should be like another. Okay, bubble received. Oh, no, this is a good. Okay. All right, so we're going to do an if config.logging. We're going to move this up. And then this will be nice because when I want to comment this code out to like roll it out to production, I can just do a little search for config.logging, and then that'll just point out all these easy points to me to go in and then comment them out so they don't make it into the final script. The final script that goes to the to each client. All right, so we should console log popped. Okay, so we need to undo all of these and then do another if config.logging. Beautiful. Okay, that's creation. All right, just see what else we got here. Okay, then there's this one. We just do an if config.logging There we go. All right, so now basically the client is not going to log every mouse movement, but it'll at least log like when it gets a bubble from the server. It'll log when you click. It'll log if that click was a mistake or not, or a pop or whatever, or if you go out of bounds, I think. Okay, so that's old code that I was keeping around just in case. I think that's all we need. So let's check that out real quick here. So let's go here. We'll go for we'll play. So we should see some logs pop up now as I like. If I make a mistake, there we go. I do this, we pop some bubbles, looks good, right? Awesome. So pop 0, popped 1, pop 2, pop 3. And it says, so when you pop a bubble, it says popped 0. So that's the bubble, that's bubble ID 0. And it says target is now 1. And then I also actually show the unit space things here, I think this is unit space. So target bubble R was 174. Yes. Okay. So this is actually perfect. So the reason what I'm doing here is showing the client, Cactus Man, if you're still around, what I'm doing here is like printing what the client shows, and then what the server shows is going in that CSV. So like I can, if there's some discrepancy, I should be able to see what that discrepancy is exactly here. The problem is replicating that discrepancy. That's the issue. So again, I'm spending probably a bunch of this stream, maybe potentially chasing down some like weird case that can only happen in like, that has like some really rare chance of happening. I don't know. But I don't know. I want to try this because I don't want there to be like some slight chance that the games can break. But again, at the end of the day, I think the solution is going to be, the solution anyway is going to be having like the server actually like send a state snapshot back to the players. So like if the player pops a bubble or like has a mouse click where they either pop a bubble or pop dead space or whatever, the server should probably send like its result back to the clients, and then the client should have a way to like correct for that and like adjust. So like in the rare weird case where something like that happens, you'd have like a little bit of a delay, but like the server would correct this thing, you know, kind of like a rubber banding issue in like an FPS game where the server's like sending you, no, this is the position you're really supposed to be at, and you have some lag or latency or whatever, and it's just making everything look weird. That wouldn't be bad in this case because again, I don't think this issue, I don't know what the percent chance of this issue happening is. It'd be nice to find the exact cause because I kind of don't think it's just a simple precision issue. Like I don't think it's like just the matter of clicking there. You know, like I don't think that's the case. So and the other thing, okay, so the other thing is the client does everything based on the based on pixels. So if it's checking the mouse position based on so like the collision check is based on the radius of the bubble of the circle in pixels, the bubble in pixels, right? And then the position of the mouse cursor in pixels, which should always be a lot less resolution than the unit-based thing. Imperium 42, what is going on, Imperium 42? Good to see you. What's up, fellow nerd? Not a whole lot. We're working on my game. It's called Populus. It's a crappy game. Imperium 42, is that like a play on, are you making Jerry's game? Who's Jerry? My name's Jared, so I mean, if that's a little shortening of my name. Imperium 42, is that like a oh, Jerry from Rick and Morty. I'm not super familiar with Rick and Morty. Sorry. I know maybe that's a travesty. I've maybe only seen a couple of episodes. Imperium 42. That name, is that like a play on Star Citizen or something? I'll give you a little demo of my game here. There's a game that Jerry plays where you pop balloons. I mean, it could be. This is yeah, so my game's called Populus. It's just this stupid little game where you pop bubbles. It's pretty much all there is to it. You can play it right now, populus.gg. I'll throw it down there in the chat. It's a Machine Head song and the answer to everything. Oh, okay, nice, nice. What's my command for popping the game down there? There it is, down there. Populus.gg. Populus.gg. So it's a game where you pop bubbles, like I was saying. I can just click the practice right here, which is just single player. But basically, you pop the bubbles as they appear here. So you have to pop the bubble that matches the color in this position. So we're going for this blue bubble here. So we hover over the blue bubble, click the space bar, or tap the space bar, or left click to pop the bubble. And you just keep going. The bubbles are going to shift there on the side. You just see how many you can get in 30 seconds. That's pretty much it. You got the timer bar down there on the left side, that little blue bar. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Kind of boring. Press play. Wonder if I can get you. Yes, you will. You will, because nobody plays this game. We just went live with the multiplayer. There it is. This game is so fun. Thanks, Imperium. We're in a game together right now, I guess. That's you beating me right now, the red. You're moving ahead of me. So that's what that little bar, the little bar on top is supposed to show, like your performance versus your opponent. So like if the red is ahead of you, that means your opponent. If the red is to the left, that means your opponent is ahead of you. If the red is behind, to the right, that means you're ahead of your opponent. If that makes sense. Yeah, so you got me there. 13 pop. Nice. I just got 4 with 4 mistakes. That's pretty much it. But yes. So I have one complaint. Yeah, let me know. What is it? Are you colorblind? Don't use similar red and green. Yes. So the color blindness thing, that's on my radar. That's on my list. In fact, I was kind of messing around with some things yesterday with color blindness. Yesterday's stream, I was kind of just we just went live with the multiplayer on Saturday. Yeah, Saturday night. So today was like, basically I've been working on multiplayer for like a month. I basically work on the game maybe 14, 15 hours a week. Should add random numbers or letters for colorblind people. Yeah, I was thinking, well, my first solution is going to be see if there's maybe like some colors I can use that kind of blindly, no pun intended, that kind of blindly or blanketly catch all the colorblindness cases. And if I can't come up with a solution with that, basically I need to do a little research on the different types of colorblindedness. But once we do that, or if I can't come up with a good solution for that, I might start doing something like shapes on top of the bubbles. Imperium, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate it. I really do. Yeah, we might do something like shapes. So maybe like a star on top of this. So the orange has a star, or maybe there's like another circle, like a white shape, right? So it'd be like a star, a square, pentagon, or some, just some stuff like that. People who play Osu might have fun with this. Yes, actually, there was a guy who hopped in a while ago, who was an Osu player, and he instantly was just amazing at this. Like he was just destroying. And he's got the world record right now. So I'm not saying you have to check out the Discord, but I'm just throwing it out there. His video's on the Discord. The guy's name is Trioxky. So he posted the video under the Populus High Scores channel on the Discord. And it's crazy. He did 124 bubble pops. 124 in 30 seconds. Absolutely crazy. So, yes, he's an OSU player. And Cullen in the chat yesterday was telling me that he shared the game with another OSU player and like they really liked it and were kind of, so that's cool. It's cool that some OSU players are kind of finding it and kind of liking it. I haven't been doing any, what does Populus mean? Not really anything. I kind of picked it because I wanted the word pop in it. I mean, it's like a Latin word, regarding pop, in reference to people, population, I wanted to have something with pop in it that sounded cool, that, so I guess the thing that came to mind first was the word populus, but more like the English word OUS, with OUS on the end, same word, but just OUS instead of just US. And obviously that just kind of lame, so I started spelling it like this, and, it turns out that's the Latin word, whatever. And there might actually be a Greek word the same as well, but I think the pop is regarding people in Latin. So I would have just called it Poppy. Well, yeah, I mean, I was kind of playing around with some ideas like that, but I wanted something slightly a little more, well, not necessarily unique, but a little more like, not just like a relatively, like I was thinking of just like pop or something slightly more elite. Exactly. Pompous. That's the word. That's the word I'm looking for. Something that kind of, just that I kind of turned my nose up to the common man. And then you get to the game and then you realize it's a kindergartner's bubble popping game. And you're like, oh, okay. You're severely underwhelmed. All right. So oh. Dude, it's a fun game. Don't be too harsh on yourself. Oh, thanks, Imperium. I appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, I know it's, like, I know it's a reasonably working well game, right? Like, I am not being too harsh on myself. I do like to kind of, self-deprecate when I can, kind of thing. And obviously, it helps me through the, I watched a video somebody made the other day, or a couple weeks ago probably, and they were talking about making indie game development, and they said, you feel silly when you make games, because a lot of times, especially when you start, and this is my first like publicly released game. My other, I've obviously had other games that I've kind of worked on and just noodled around with. But it's easy to like feel silly about it, like, oh, making a game, because you kind of have to make something simple when you start out, and it feels like kind of silly, like, I'm almost 30 years old and I'm making some little game where you pop bubbles, So that's kind of one of my coping mechanisms, is to self-deprecate a bunch, So that's helps me feel less silly. If I just slam myself, I don't know, it's kind of funny, I guess. But at the end of the day, it really is. It's just a stupid game where you pop bubbles. And yeah, I don't know. You make a hard version of this by adding an object where if you mouse over, you lose health. I've thought about doing like a points thing, so it wouldn't necessarily be like a health thing, but maybe there'd be like a way to deprecate your point, or like lose your points kind of thing. Now I'm on the word deprecate. I want to use the word deprecate everywhere when I can. I've kind of thought about, yeah, like a points system where like popping a bubble is 50 points, and then like maybe like if you have a streak, that's like some sort of multiplier bonus or something, or you know, depending on how quickly in the time in between pops, maybe that's like a little extra score or something like that. But anyway, I whispered you a funny video. Nice, nice. A video you just made. Otherwise, I'll check it out. I'll check it out at some other point. It's not mine. Okay, I got you. I got you. So, yeah, so what I'm working on now is actually just this morning I realized there was some sort of bug. Did I make my own video once? I was a pun master in it. Oh, but I did make my own video once. I was a pun master. Gotcha. Nice. Are you a developer of some kind, Imperium? Most people that find my stream typically are, because it says like JavaScript or whatever in the title, something like that. I'm learning. Oh, nice, nice, nice. You're looking at web development or learning basic HTML. Gotcha, gotcha. Well, the Populus page has very basic HTML. It's not really anything to it. Basically, there's some stuff here for Google Analytics, and then there's a title tag. There's a body with a little bit of style just to set margin and padding to 0, so everything kind of gets centered up beautifully on that 0x 0y pixel. Some links. Those are the links on the bottom of the page. Oh, and I guess, yeah, I've got those in a div to just position them absolutely so that they're always on the bottom corner of the screen. Bottom 0, right 0. Yes, exactly. And then I pull in my JavaScript. So that's where all the magic's happening with the game. Is all in JavaScript. So yeah, the HTML itself is very, very basic. Nothing crazy at all. And not really any CSS other than just kind of this inline style. I don't have an actual CSS file at all. This is just style set inline. But anyway. I know OOP, Java, and Basic in Python, though. I'm trying to be a full stack developer. No one will notice the Discord and Twitch. I didn't even see until you mentioned it. Oh, the links. The links. Yeah, I might make them a little bigger. That's good. That's good feedback that you're saying that, because yeah, I should bump those up. I do in general. I need to kind of figure out a little more of the screen, how my screen resizing is going to work. Yeah, because that's kind of, if you're playing full screen, yeah, then you really don't see this Discord and Twitch. Like if you're especially full screen like that, it's really tiny. So I might actually, maybe I'll have those links resized with the window, you know, because the links, the font size doesn't change at all, but like everything else here is resizing. Yeah, so basically I have an HTML canvas, so that's not in the HTML file itself, but it gets added in later in JavaScript. And then all of my game itself is just graphics drawn onto the canvas. That's all there is to it. That part is obviously more complicated, but the actual drawing everything on screen, like even these buttons and everything, these aren't HTML buttons at all. These are just shapes drawn on canvas, and when the mouse interacts with it, clicks over the spot, then I have it interact. But yeah, I should make these bigger. In fact, I'm going to add that to our Trello right now. Let's add that to the Trello right now. All right. Footer section links bigger. And or resizable. There we go. All right. Beautiful. All right. Whoops. What's going on here? Be easy, right? A touchscreen laptop. Yes. Yes. Yes, I think Retro MMO was saying that yesterday in the chat. I haven't seen Retro MMO today. Is he streaming right now? Let's see. Let's see if he's streaming right now. Nope. Was Weeby streaming? Ah, Weeby to go is streaming. Nice. All right. Yeah, and technically Imperium you can play on mobile too, but it's not really suggested. You have to flip the screen portrait or landscape mode. I mean, did you read the full stack message? Oh, that you sent me on Twitch. Is that what you're saying? I'll check out this video later that you sent, Imperium. Oh, what happened to my stuff's getting all messed up here. Oh, your message here in the chat. I see. Trying to be a full stack developer. Yes, I did read that. So nice. I got that you're you know some Java and Python. Yeah, good deal. Good deal. So I guess you've done maybe more back end stuff a little bit, or maybe not quite. Is Java going to be outdated? That's kind of a good question. I mean, I don't really know much about Java. I mean, I know its popularity from what I know has been waning based upon like those Stack Overflow things, it seems. Things like Python and stuff are getting more popular. A lot of that's because of like data science though too. Like data science is also becoming this really popular thing. What's going on with my hair here? So that seems to be one of the big reasons for Python. I don't know. I've never really done much in Python either. All right, we gotta take a quick BRB here. Doing a wee dance. So we'll be right back in a second here. All right. But yeah, it's a good question here, Imperium. I mean, it seems to me from like what I've known, which I haven't done much research on it, but from articles I've read and whatever, that Java's popularity is definitely seems to be kind of slipping. especially in favor of things like Node.js. I mean, because Java seems to be mostly really only used for like kind of back end web systems. See, again, I can't call myself any authority on that, but that's kind of my knowledge of it. It seems like, that stuff's kind of falling now that, Node.js is really kind of there. Kind of a popular thing, I should say. That seems to be kind of taking over. Other older languages too, like that have been used for web development, seem to be also kind of fading out too, I guess. I don't know. I don't really consider myself much of a web developer. Obviously, I'm building a web browser game, but I don't know. There's such a web development world of things, and they kind of don't really go outside of that, and it seems to be like the only thing you think about when you're in the web development world. I don't really like that. I mean, my next game is probably going to be a native desktop game in C, programming language. What books did you read to make this? Really, I'm kind of self-taught when it comes to JavaScript. And a lot of it was just like kind of learning little things piece by piece. I'm a self-taught programmer, straight up, never any formal education. So I kind of started just with little things. I kind of have an IT background, and I kind of got into like scripting things and batch files and everything in the IT world, the IT administration world. And kind of grew from there and kind of did more and more programming and kind of more and more kind of figuring stuff out. And at some point I decided I kind of had a good enough handle on JavaScript to just say, all right, I'm going to start working on a game. Like I knew about Canvas. I kind of got to start with Canvas a little bit, HTML Canvas, and drawing things on screen with JavaScript. And I was kind of like, all right, I'm going to try to actually make like a little game with this. And that's kind of where I kind of got started where I am, to kind of the foundations of where I am now. Dude, if you dye your hair white, you can be the Witcher. Nice. Yeah, Geralt, right? Geralt. There's a Witcher show now, right? Is it actually a thing? Is it actually a show? I know there's been like the talk of it, like Henry Cavill was going to be the Witcher, Geralt or whatever. Be in the Wiper School though. I don't know what that is. It's a show. It's decent. Nice. Yeah, I remember just hearing about The Witcher being a show, going to be a show at whatever point, and then Viper Witcher, be sneaky. Gotcha. Viper. Nice. Oops. All right, so it fits because of Python. Nice. Well, I'm not using Python, but I really actually have no experience with Python. I don't think I've ever used it. Not that I can remember. You like Harry Potter? Yeah, somewhat. My wife is more of a Harry Potter fan, but I've watched the movies. And what school are you? I would probably be. Isn't Ravenclaw like the more? I don't know. I think I like the Ravenclaw better. The name. Just, I like the name, right? Oof, you're married. There goes my chances. Nice. Nice. What is Ravenclaw's like back like what are their attributes? Cuz there's Hufflepuff. What's the one that like Harry and Ron are part of, and Hermione? Values intelligence, learning, wisdom, and wit. That's Ravenclaw. All right. Yeah, I like that. I like it. Gryffindor, right. Yeah, I would, well, I don't know. I hate school, so it's hard to like think about that. I've always hated school. Well, not always hated school, but. All right, so what do we have for yeah, so this morning I found a bug. That, so right now I'm on my development version and I've got the time set to 5 seconds. So normally on populus.gg, when you play a game, it takes 30 seconds. But we're doing just 5-second matches right now on my development server here. So I'm trying to think about how we can want to become famous. Absolutely. All right, let's ban this. There we go. It worked. I have 3,049 more followers now. Nice. Wait, you mean you actually clicked the link, Imperium? Is that what you're saying, or are you just messing around? Oh, okay. I thought maybe they had some sort of bot followers, like instantly follow somehow. I'm a joker. I kind of got that already. I kind of got that vibe already, Imperium. No, I appreciate you hanging out. I really do. I really do. Yeah, so I've got an issue right now where the client and the server could potentially get out of sync. So it happened to me this morning. And that's the thing that kind of is provoking me to work on this right now. But I really am not sure how to replicate it or how to test it. The one thing I was trying was if we click out of bounds. Okay, we made two mistakes because we went in, we clicked, we went out. Okay. I don't know what I did yesterday. Or this morning. It was this morning, not yesterday. But I do know I popped like 70 bubbles. I had popped like 70 something bubbles, and then it broke. And that was when I noticed it broke. So we made it like 70 something bubble or 60 something bubbles in. And then we had the issue. So it wasn't something right off the bat. It really has to be something like popped one bubble. I just like kind of want to keep trying. Like, let's hang on. 5 seconds is long enough. I need to just, all right. So we go in, we go like here. All right, so that gives us, yeah, one mistake. 3, 2, 1. All right, where's our bubble here? If I go like that, one bubble pop, 0 mistakes. All right. So I'm just kind of trying, like, I'm just trying to like click right on the edge of the bubble and see if that maybe makes yeah, I really don't know what it could be. All right, next thing, let's try this. Next thing, we're going to try just hitting the boundary circle just by a hair. No. Oops. How about pressing on one window and then press on the other one? Like press one in one window and then press the other window correctly. Listen to me, sorry. Nice. Like press in one window and then press the other window correctly. Like you're kind of saying, like if I just go between windows, it works great. It works fine. I mean, I'm making mistakes because I'm going out of bounds. So it goes back, which is correct. So it's showing as 0 popped, which is correct. That's coming out just fine. Wait a minute. Why did we get 2 mistakes there? Let's try this. Why did we get 2? Okay, that's fine. Okay, so it was just something else in there that caused the 2 mistakes. Oh, man. I'm not sure what... Well, why do I keep doing that? We just hit the retry button. I was just playing fast. Like, I was just like, all right, just play fast. Let's see what happens. Like, that's all I was doing. Like, I was just doing a normal game. Like, I wasn't doing anything fancy. What are we at? Time length. Let's go back to 30 seconds. We just jumped in. And the way you notice it is that the client all of a sudden stops getting bubbles. It's kind of the thing. Because the client uses up its available buffer. Because the client kept making mistakes, but the client kept thinking it was popping bubbles. But the server said, nope, nope, nope. So the client was expecting more bubbles to come from the server. And basically that wasn't happening. Yeah, so this is fine. Everything is just fine and dandy. Ha! I wish I could remember what I did. I wish I could really remember what it was. So logging, true. That's nice. I think we really dialed this in, our new logging thing. I think we really dialed that in now. Our client we can now turn off the logs just by changing this to false. Right? Just make sure this works now on the client. Go here, go there. Opponent found, 3, 2, 1. Yes, beautiful. I love it. All right. Can you watch the video I sent, by the way? I want to see you reacting. I'd rather not, Imperium. I try not to pull. I mean, I just, you know. If people share stuff, you know, I might pull it up later, but I don't, oops. Not that I don't trust you, Imperium, because honestly, I trust you very much, but all right, so $97. I'll take that. That's pretty nice. All right, I can't. All right, this is. I don't know what we're going to do to really test this. I really don't know. The one thing I can think is like maybe we write like a. Let's go back to trying. I just want to try this a couple more times because the only thing I can figure is like it had to be something. Okay, so what I'm going to do, here's how I'm going to test it. We're going to pop a few bubbles without any mistakes, and we're going to just go right up to that edge. Did it do it? Did it move? No, it didn't. All right, I got another idea to test this. Okay, one more thing. I just got to try it. All right, so we're gonna go to, because if this is the case, if this is it, I'm gonna be pretty happy. Scoreboard, that's what we're looking for. Okay, let's maybe make the radius of these bubbles like bigger. Where do we do that? We got that config.scoreboard width ratio. I like it. I like it. We go to config, we go to scoreboard, we go to width ratio, and that's the answer. That's the answer. All right, so scoreboard, there we go. Width ratio, 0.338. Let's we're gonna keep that, but I want to bump it up. Let's make it like 0.6, just something a lot bigger. Actually, is that gonna be too big? What? Okay, I did the wrong thing. Scoreboard, width ratio, 0.6. What is going on? Okay. Why did that not work? Width ratio. Oh, that's the line width. What? No. Line width. Oh, that's okay. Hang on. That's this. Yeah. Okay. That's the width of the line. So we made this like a lot bigger. That's what's going on. Okay. A lot longer. All right. That's fine. Player circle R ratio. That's what we wanted to mess around with. Okay. So we've got the 0.016 in there. So let's just double that, I guess. 0.032 maybe. So now maybe we can even make it a little bigger. I just want to make it more visible to myself. Ooh, you know what? Let's do that and make the width here also double. So let's go let's just go 0.7. All right, so we're doubling stuff up here. We're gonna go here and here. There we go. All right, so now it's just much more visible. I'm gonna pop a few bubbles, and we're gonna just play right up on the edge of that line. All right, so those were legitimate mistakes. All right, so let's pop a few bubbles. Let's try this again. Oh. Come on. Come on. All right. Man, this is really dialed in tight. It's making me think that this isn't the issue, basically, is what's going on. So what I'm looking for is I'm looking for this player. So like if I pop a few bubbles here and then I make a mistake, you see like, so obviously I already made the mistake, but if I make a mistake, you see this one slide forward, this one slide back, right? So I'm looking for a case where maybe I can like just trip the boundary border on the server side. So in other words, we'd see this bubble slide back. We'd see this little indicator slide back. But this browser wouldn't know it was a mistake, is what I'm trying to replicate here. I don't know. I'm just like dancing on the border there. Trying not to actually throw a real obvious mistake there like that. That's kind of the idea. I mean, like, I wonder if, what if we try something like this? Like, this sounds a little funny, but. Okay. I don't know what the solution is going to be, or what. Perhaps what we could do is okay, because the solution is just having the server send like the correct state of the game. Like that would probably solve this problem, but I also want to know like what the problem was at the same time. And the only thing I can think is maybe like that we just run a bunch of games. All right, I think we're going to shelve it for right now because we're not really getting anything done. We're not really getting anything productive done. Like the only thing I can really think to actually try would be to like just run tons of games and just see. To see like what. And I'm going to have to run it on my machine because I can see, so I can see these logs is basically what it comes down to. I might just have to do that. But the problem is we could like have a bot run the games, but if a bot runs the games, like it would make it perfect. Bubble R was 177, player distance was 116. Maybe I could print like the pixel distance in this too. Maybe that would help. Let's try that real quick. So what I'm logging here in the browser is the unit space. Target bubble R was 177, player distance was 62. So that's the space in units. So that's the number that goes to the server. If I make a mistake, target bubble R was 151. Do I say what type of mistake it was? Hang on, let's check here real quick. If I do practice, let's clear this. Mistake. Okay. All right, so that's probably fine, not logging the specific mistake, but let's actually try logging the position of the cursor, position of the mouse cursor in or not, well, maybe not that at this point yet. Player distance was, okay, cursor pose units X, pose units, okay. Cursor pose units, bubble pose units. And we do math.hypot. Cursor drag stopped. Oh, that's a mistake. Okay. That's when we make a mistake. Popped this. Target is now this. Target bubble R was that. Player distance was that. Popped. Maybe we do the same thing in pixels as well. Maybe we just make this target bubble R units was player distance units was that. Maybe we do the same thing just with pub. Target bubble R units was that. Maybe we do target bubble pixel units. We'll just say P or pixels. our pix, that's what we should say. Our pix was, okay, then we do this dot bubbles popped bubble ID dot size dot r, right? Yeah, dot size dot r. And then we do, it's gonna be like a really long string, but at least it should be clear. Speakers are muting themselves here. There we go. All right, so we've got target bubble r pix was that. Player distance units was that. So we say player distance pix. Player distance pix was. And then we do math.hypot. We do another math.hypot here. Hypot. And we do cursor. We do this player input dot pose dot x minus pose dot x, and we do the same thing just with the y position. All right, so y and y. All right, so now I'm just logging the pixel positions as well here of pixel things, because that might also give us a little more insight. It won't be perfect, but now whenever we do this, it's going to be a bunch more data. So when I need to look at it, I can do it here. So we can do target bubble r was, 133. Player distance units was that. Target bubble r pix was 33. Player distance pix was 8. Yeah, so if we've got a slight discrepancy thing, we can see it there, basically. Or like, better yet, let's do another game real quick, and then let's click like right on the edge of a bubble and just see. Okay, so let's look at this line here. Pop 0, target is now 1. So we see target bubble R units was 145, and the player distance was, ooh, yeah, this is really cool to see. So we can see in units, we were at 145. 145 is the radius of the bubble. And the distance we were from the bubble when we popped it was 142. But here, the actual check that happened was this one here, where it was in pixels. So target bubble R pix was 36.8. But player distance pix was 36.2. So like a very much smaller number there. And I mean, maybe that scales up exactly, I guess. I don't know. But here you can see like our pixel values were much closer, the distance. And that's distance again. Let's try one where we're maybe like directly on the side. So let's try one where we're right on like the left side of the bubble. So we're like right here. Or let's pop this one first and then go like right here. All right, let's see what that looked like. Yeah, so basically if that distance is slightly less than the radius, then we know it was good. So 184, and then we did 182. Yep. So that's good. We got 46 pixels, and we were at 46.8 pixels, and we were at 46.3. The radius was 46.8, and our cursor was at 46.3. So we're inside the circle. Our distance from the center of the circle, basically, is what that is. Oi. All right, that's not what I want to do. All right, so let's go here, pop this one, and then just go. Oops. All right. I'm just too obsessed over this. It's not. I'm wasting time. We are, but it's like I gotta find the reason why this was an issue. Like I gotta find it. It's gotta be a relatively straightforward thing because I was playing a full normal game and it just all of a sudden stopped. Like the states had to have gotten out of sync. It couldn't have just been that like. It had to have been that the server logged an error. The server flagged that as an error, but the game continued to play. Like that had to be the case. And it had to be something like that, like just borderline really close. I don't know. That's like the only thing it could have been. All right. Yeah, okay. Hang on a second here. Trying to think of anything else here. All right, well, we should probably just shelve this for right now, and I should work on the thing we were going to work on today, which we'd probably be done with at this point. But I wanted to have basically, let's start working on the other thing, the right thing that we should have been working on today. And that is the thing that we should be working on. Is handling our disconnects. Sorry, my mind is still going back to this. I'm still thinking of all the other possibilities. So we want to handle our server disconnects, like for example, if I rebooted the server, let's see what we've got on the Trello for this. So what do we have actually on the Trello? So we've got a server. Here we go. Okay, so basically our task here is browser needs to handle closed connection with the server. So a closed WebSocket connection. And my potential kinds of things are like a global sidebar message when the server is down. Like if you were to go to the website and the server were to be down at that exact moment, like you could still hit the HTTP server and get the web pages, but you wouldn't be able to play like a competitive game. So like you could still technically go to populus.gg. And you could join a practice game because the practice games happen exclusively just inside of the browser. So like the thing is like we could just have like a message that pops up that says the server's down, or maybe like when you click play, instead of going to finding opponent, it would say like, oh, the server's down. Please try again in a minute or something like that. Something like that. Otherwise, we've got like set interval to try to reconnect. So like if you go to the page, maybe we just try reconnecting like on an interval, like every 5 seconds or 10 seconds or something like that. We just try reconnecting to the server, try reconnecting to the server, try reconnecting to the server. Gracefully quit match if the server goes down mid-match. So that's another thing. So if I were to reboot the server, people won't really play. There's not that many people playing Populus right now. There might never be. Maybe some people will play Populus in the future. But if I need to do an update on the server, I have to restart the Node.js app. So if I do that, I did that yesterday to go live with the changes we made yesterday. So I have to do that. It'd be nice to, I guess, gracefully end the match. So we would quit a match and then, or we would kind of send like a quit match. Well, not a quit. No. Sorry. We'd handle the WebSocket close in a way that it would let the client know to gracefully close a match. Like it'd still be abrupt. It would be like, oh, the server ended the game or something. Something like that. So I guess we could kind of start with handling this here. So this .socket.add event listener close. Well, we've kind of got two cases here. If the server were to crash hard, we wouldn't get a close message. So like we got a console login here right now, and that's it. So this is for the WebSocket close event. So if we go to, we're going back to our dev server here. Let's refresh. Yeah, if I were to kill the server. Oh, we got that WebSocket close. Okay, sick. Actually, that is nice. So if the server crashes, we get WebSocket close message. So to even test this further, let's go to our server actually and do just like throw like a really bad exception at kind of the top level. So we're going to go to the main.js on the server. Oh, that's the client main.js. All right, where is the server main.js? There we go. All right, so we do a set timeout, and we just say after like 5 seconds. After 5 seconds of the server being up, it will kill itself. Or it'll throw an exception, I should say. Not kill itself. But so we want to do like, I guess we'll do something just really dumb. Let A equal 5. And then we'll try to do like CLG, or maybe I can just do like a dummy exception. A dot something. Or we just say let A, and then we try to do something with A dot something. So we start the server, and then we should see it close once that set timeout runs. There we go. So we got an exception, and the server went hard there. So, and like, yeah, we can't do anything anymore. So that's great. So actually, let's make this like 10 seconds, so it gives me just a chance. Okay, so app started. Let's refresh or this is the browser I care about. So then the server's going to die. And we have, there we go. And we got WebSocket closed up there. Okay, beautiful. So we know we're getting a WebSocket closed event when the server crashes hard. So that's great. That's really great. So then we can get rid of that. Actually, I'm going to keep this because we're going to use that probably to test. I don't want it running right now, but we'll use that. That's a nice way to just make the server crash and test that. Test an actual just hard crash. Okay. So now that we've got that, we need like an event. So on our WebSockets wrapper on the client, we've got a little method, a little function here handling the close event. So instead of just console log WebSocket close, we want to do like, we want to throw like a game event. So we want to actually say like event emitter.emit. Yeah. Event emitter.emit. And then we're going to say, the event is going to be called WebSocket, or maybe can we just say WS closed? Yeah, let's just say WS closed. And then we've got a listener. And I guess we've got do we have a close code that comes through? That would be the next thing to see. So actually, before we do this, let's see if we've got like a close code. So let's CLG-E, because I am taking an E in through this thing, and it's possible that we don't actually have anything through that. So let's go back and, oh my goodness. There we go. So we're going to uncomment that on the server. Server restarted quickly. Let's refresh a client here and then let the server crash after 10 seconds. So do that. We'll see if we get a error code here. Okay, we got a close event. Do we have any details here? Code 1006. Awesome. That's cool. All right. I'm doing a wee dance here, so I have to take a quick bathroom break. So we'll be right back. 1 second here. All right, we are back. Okay. Ooh, I can pass a reason. The cat's playing with his little fish upstairs. I don't know if you can hear that. It's hitting the floor. His little fish that flaps its tail. It's got a little motor in it, and it flaps the tail. All right. All right. So I can pass like a reason, it looks like, when I close a WebSocket connection. Let's pull up the npm ws package here. All right, where is the docs here? Okay. All right, so we've got okay, that's server. Excuse me. Okay, class WebSocket. We've got a method called close. Oh no, we got a method called terminate. That's right, terminate. Forcibly close the connection, and I can't pass a string, I guess. If we call terminate, yeah. Yeah, well, we don't really care about that anyway. All right, so we know we're getting an error code. Wait, why do I care about an error code now? That was I was going to see if I wanted to see like what would happen if I guess we just have a generic like server connection is closed, right? Because there could be like, you know, in the event of somebody doing something somewhat malicious, they're probably going to be overriding this function anyway on the client. So it's kind of like, who cares? Or they could be doing that, you know? So it's like, we don't need a nice graceful user interface thing if somebody's like already trying to do something malicious. And like the WebSocket gets closed, they could already put their own function here to like whatever. So this dot socket dot. I guess let's just do this. So we're going to console log that. We're going to event emitter. Wait a minute. Do I want to do this like on the... Actually, maybe we should do this in our switch case. No, maybe not. Maybe not. Where's our other browser with the tab? Here it is. All right, I want to look at something really quickly here. Let's go. Yes. Okay, that's another good issue. All right, got to add that to the Trello real quick here too. Fix case where it's possible to click the play button before the WebSocket is connected. In browser. Okay. That's an interesting one. Yeah, so basically I've got the this error we got here. There's the capability where you could click the play button and it could try to talk down the WebSocket before we've actually established the connection yet. So like if you do this. Oh, wait a minute. Hang on. Hang on a second here. What? I thought I started it. All right, hang on. Hang on a second here. Maybe that's not an issue. I don't know. All right, never mind. I'm going to get rid of that right now. All right, let's just delete this one. Okay, so now yeah, we don't really care about frame, this stuff happening frame per frame kind of thing. We don't really care about that, I guess. So we just want to have so I guess we'll emit WebSocket closed. Oh, we don't pass a function here. We're not going to have any arguments, I guess. That's fine. And then application.js will be listening to that. So then we'll have event, if I'm on the right keys here, event, ws closed, listener. Okay, so this is the one that's going to be doing like the actual handling of things. Whoops. There we go. All right, so we can CLG here just to make sure that the event and everything is working. We can say client, or we can say WebSocket. WS was closed. All right, so we can do this. We can do that. Oh, let's go back to the server. We're going to uncomment thing here. Just refresh. We wait for 10 seconds-ish. Then we should see the console log here. There we go. WS was closed. Beautiful. So that's in the case here where, well, actually, I don't really need, honestly, I don't need that to do that. Do this. And then I could just kill the server here. Yep. And then that still works. WS was closed after killing the server manually. Okay. So that's great. So now we kind of need like a this is where things are a little more complicated because we kind of need to handle like a bunch of different cases here. Like we need to look at, actually hang on, I'm going to be right back 1 second here. All right, we are back. Yeah, this is where things get a little trickier because we need to handle some interesting cases. Like we've got, you could just be at the main menu. You could be at you could be in a match. You could be on the countdown screen for a match. You could be at like the match ended. The match, I forget what that's called. Actually, I think it's match post game screen. You could be at the post game screen. Actually, we've got the list of all these things up here. I don't really need to type these in Notepad right now. So we've got menu. You could be at main menu. If menu is something, that means you... Oh, no, actually, menu is always something, typically. If match is something... trying to think of... Okay, match countdown started. So match countdown started is when we... match wait screen, match wait widget. I'm trying to think of like the specific... There's a lot of different cases that could happen here. There's a lot of different possible situations. And this makes things kind of tricky, I guess. Let's see here. So for example, the match ended event here. The match ended event has a couple options like quit to main menu, opponent quit. So like if a match ended comes from the server, if the opponent quit the game. So I think there's actually like that comes in as like a Boolean or like a something like that, I think, from the server. Let's see. Case match countdown started. Okay, so let's look at match ended. So if we get an event, okay. So when you have when we send a match ended, the second uint 16, we just turn that into a Boolean there, it looks like. Explicitly turned it into a Boolean. Oh, server stats. Okay. So we could this dot match ended. What is this dot match ended? Okay, then it stops listening to those events. Clears. Okay. Okay. Brilliant. That's right. Okay. So that's just some cleanup on the WebSockets wrapper side of things. Let's see. So we've got let's see here. Da, 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 da. So we clean up. Pretty sure countdown timer is guaranteed to be running. Oh, if we're not in a if match end. Oh yes, okay, I remember that now. So maybe we emit a match ended. Event emitter dot off. Cursor moved. Okay. If we do multiple clear intervals, I guess we are fine. This dot outgoing input timer ID, right? Like if I do const int equals set interval, and then maybe we do a CLG. Whoops. And we do 1000. Okay. And then we do, I guess let's just do a let I equals 0. And we'll CLG. Whoa. We'll CLG plus I. 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. And then if we clear interval int, we clear interval int, then are we okay? Yeah, we can do multiple clear intervals without any errors, I'm pretty sure. That's just fine. Okay. Because maybe what we do I'm trying to think. This is a little tricky because we might be in a match, we might not be in a match. Player clicked the in-game quit button. Where else are we calling match? Let's just do a search on here. Let's do a search on match ended. And we just care about client side stuff. So this is server. Okay. WebSockets wrapper. That's, oh, this is the event. Emit match ended. Emit match ended. Okay. Match wait started. Match wait canceled. When does this stuff get set up? Event emitter dot on. Okay, this stuff must get set up somewhere in one place. So let's do a search for event emitter dot on. There it is. Okay. All right, I don't care about this anymore. Let's get that out of there. Okay, so we're setting up our game stuff here. Draw. Okay. So this is if we get a match started command from the server. Okay. But there's no way to like tell if we are in a, yeah, there's not any way to tell if we are in a game currently or not. I mean, I guess maybe we could check outgoing input timer ID. Maybe, I don't know. But that's maybe not a good thing to do. Yeah, okay, so let's do, there's nothing wrong with calling match ended. Actually, we know we would need to call it if we were in a match. Yeah, so like in the application here, WS closed, emit match ended, in-game quit. Okay, so we do need to do this. So we do need to do an event emitter.emit match ended. Okay, so if WS was closed, and if this dot, okay, so if this dot match, eventually we would need to do event emitter dot emit match ended. And then we're going to need to pass a parameter in there. There might be another Boolean to pass. So it would be like WS closed true, I guess, is what we would pass in. And then, yeah, and that way when we have, okay, so up here in the match ended listener, which this should be the only thing. If we have match ended, whoops, and then comma, listener, what? Oh, come on, there's results. I'm looking at them right there. So the only, okay, so the only things are in client here, match ended, listener. Okay. Everything is emit. Perfect. Okay, so this is the only thing that actually has a listener for match ended. So we can pass in another Boolean here. We can have another Boolean here that is WS closed. So that would be set to true. Whoops. And then, so that way we could do, yeah, we're going to need to pass like another, post-game screen is getting, we need to just be able to like pass a message down to the post-game screen. That's what we need to be able to do. That's what we should have. Yeah. All right. We'll have to look into doing that instead of passing a Boolean down, because the post-game screen could either show the message time's up or it could show the message opponent quit. And what I mean by that is, if we go in here and we've got our, where is our time length? Here we go. Make a 5-second match. So what I mean by that is we go here, we set these two players up. Oh boy. Is the server not running again? There we go. Okay, we go here, we play, we go here, we play. It says opponent found, we play, then when the time, what? Oh, hang on. There we go. All right. I forgot about that little detail. It's okay though. Never mind, pretend it didn't happen. Okay, so now this game will end in 5 seconds. So when the timer ends, timer runs out, it says time's up, right? That's what I'm talking. That's the post-game screen where it said time's up there for a second. The other case is if I quit, so like I'm going to click X on this guy, then this screen is going to say opponent quit. Opponent quit. So it's the same object that we're doing there. We're just passing a Boolean to it here. So we've got our post-game screen object. We're calling the static create method, and we're passing a Boolean, a true false in to that method. We pass a function, callback. Yeah, oh yeah, this is the callback that's supposed to happen when the post-game screen times out or timer ends, and then then we pass just a simple Boolean opponent quit. But what I'm thinking here is instead of this, maybe we just pass the message. We pass the message down that we want. The direct string of what the message will be. I think that's what we'll do. That should be pretty cool. It'll just add more annoying logic to this match ended handler, but yeah, whatever. I mean, it won't be very much. It'll be like some turn areas or something that we do because we kind of have to parse through. Like you have quit to main menu, or no, quit to main menu. You could be either opponent quit true false or WebSocket close true false. And pretty much one of those would be on or not, or both would be off. So we've got kind of a triple state, potential 3 states that could be going on. Okay, so we're doing, okay, so we've got WS closed, and then we're going to be, if we're in a match, then we want to make sure we end the match. And we want to make sure that this .ws or WebSockets wrapper, or yeah, dot, ooh, that's maybe not. This dot web sockets wrapper dot, what's going on here? Is a WebSockets wrapper not part of this? Oh, I guess it's not. Oh, no, we can't. Yeah, not this. It just would be WebSockets wrapper dot. You know what? We should just do this. We should just do if. We'll do it on the server side. We'll say if. Yeah, here's what we're going to do. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to do this dot match ended. And we'll just say call this just in case we were in a just in case a match was in progress. So we do WS closed. Call this just in case a match was in progress. I think that is fine. We can call this multiple times without any issue. So that's just fine. This dot match ended. Do we call it? Yeah, this dot match ended. All right, that's good. All right. Event emitter dot emit WebSocket closed. Okay. Great. And then back to our application object. Then all we need to do is if we were in a match, then event emitter dot emit match ended. Oh. We would say if we're in a match and this dot match dot is practice. Or not is practice. Because if we were in a practice match, we don't want to close a practice match just because the server closed. That wouldn't be nice. Just because the connection with the server died. Because that's kind of the great thing is we can just, the practice matches are completely offline, so we want players to be able to continue practicing. In that case. All right. Let's see. Okay. Now, the last thing, or the one thing I want to do now is I want to look at our post-game screen object. So I'm going to close a bunch of this stuff because we don't need it anymore here. And we're going to go to post game screen. And opponent quit is like a Boolean. So we want to just pass message, I guess. So we want to say so we're just going to call this message, and then we're going to say text equals message. Okay, that's brilliant. That's all we probably need to do, hopefully. So then we go to application, and then up in the match ended, where we set up the post game screen, we will say, instead of opponent quit here, we're going to say if opponent quit, then we're going to pass config.postgamescreen.messages.opponent quit, else ws closed. So let's maybe split this out onto multiple lines here. And then if WebSocket closed, then we're going to send, wait a minute here, let's go to the config file first. So we're going to say, all right, let's see here, client only, post game screen. Here we go. Messages, okay, we've got time's up, opponent quit, and we've got, what's the other one we got? What is the one we just did? WS closed. We could say server disconnected. Let's say disconnected from server. Disconnected from server. I guess for right now. So if WS closed, then we will call this config.postgamescreen.messages.ws closed. And then basically else config.postgamescreen.messages.time's up. So that would be our final good one there. All right. That should be great. So now let's just test. We're going to do a quick, we'll just make sure we see time's up when the thing ends and that the text is centered on screen and everything. False. Oh, wait a minute. What? False. If opponent this should be false unless otherwise specified true. Yeah. Right? I need to shrink this stuff back down again here. It just says false. Okay, so if opponent quit, This is really weird. All right, let's look at the opponent quit. Okay, let's look at post game screen dot create. Yes, post. I already closed the file, didn't I? All right, so post game screen dot create. So let's just CLG message, just to make sure. False. What in the world? Is this some like bad broken JavaScript thing? Like, why would that? Like, why is it ignoring? If opponent quit is true, return. Yeah, like this is just really weird. Okay, good. All right, so else WS closed. Post game screen dot messages. Yeah, okay. Come on. What is this? How is it returning false? Let's just do this. Blah. All right, we're going to see what happens here. When the time runs out, it should just say blah. What in the world? Okay, so all right, so what had to have happened is I must have screwed something up here. Okay, static create. Console logging. It says false. Does the console log still say false? Yes. What in the world? I'm baffled. I truly am baffled. Post game screen dot create. We're passing a function as the first parameter, and then we pass blah. What in the world? We're passing a string. Post game screen dot create. Post game screen static create on elapsed message. Am I doing like that doesn't, no, it doesn't make any sense. Blah, blah. All right, let's see what's going on here. Blah, blah. Right, so that's fine. So how come message? You know what? I wonder if I'm... What if we make this text? We just do this, I guess, now. Text. We're passing a string, but we're getting false. What? What in the world? The console log is logging false. What? And we are literally passing a string in. Hey there. Like, that's what's making me think, like, did I screw something up here? Oh, you know what? There's another post game screen.create. Ah, that's the problem. We were never even calling this one. We were never even calling this one here. Okay. Well, that makes sense. All right. Okay, so how do we... Snake Man, what's going on? Good to see you. Send a link on Discord. Oh, on the, nice. The birthday, sick. Yeah, it is my birthday. That's right. I didn't say it. I said it yesterday. I said it was going to be my birthday today, yesterday, but nice. Thanks. Oops. The multiplayer's live, Stink Man. Multiplayer's live. Check it out. Populus. Play. I'm waiting for you to play. If you're still there. Nice. Al. What's going on, Al? Good to see you. What's the time? What are you talking about exactly there? I'm not sure. Our multiplayer's live, though, Al. In case you just showed up. Nice. Was that you, Snake Man, I was playing? Nice. Yeah, so up at the top, it's showing like like the red dot represents your opponent. So like if the red dot is moving to the right or the left of the black dot in the center, that means your opponent is behind you. If they're ahead of you, like in this case, I guess this is Snake Man here. The time over in Tyrannosaur Land is very important. You mean like the time of day? It's 1:43 p.m. in my time zone, Central Standard Time. That's what you're asking, Al? Okay, gotcha. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy. Oh boy. There we go. All right. Now there's multiplayer. I could fail spectacularly while someone else is doing way better than me. Nice. Nice, nice. Don't sell yourself so short, Al. Poem 68. Poem, what is going on? Hey, do you understand about overclocking on BIOS? In the BIOS? Yeah, actually I do. A little bit. A little bit. I'm not much of a big overclocker, but I do a little bit from time to time. Actually, I don't think I have any running on my system right now. I have a ASUS ROG motherboard. Do I have this? I guess 100. I don't think I have an overclock applied to this right now. But what are you looking to do, Poem 68? All right, we're playing somebody right now. So overclock my RAM from stock 2400, 16, 16, 16, 30, 61 to VTO 29 to 2933 with stock Ryzen 5 2600. Do you think I should overclock the CPU for gaming? You have the 2600X or you have just a 2600? Because if you have just a 2600, I don't think you can overclock at all. 2600. I don't think you can overclock it. Can you? I guess if you overclock your RAM, then maybe you can. I thought the 2600X was not unlocked, but I guess I stand corrected. I think my brother's got a 2600 actually. I have the box back here. Let me see. Oh no, this is a Ryzen 7. Oh, 27. 2700. Well, Poem, I mean, even the 1600 can be overclocked. You sure it's not the X? I am just asking because I don't want to do overclocking to 4.0 like I did many times for nothing. Well, I mean, Poem, you gotta look at your benchmarks and just see, like, do I want more performance, you know, and just ask yourself that question and then just do some testing. You know, give yourself like a slight overclock and see how stable it is, and you know, just pull up in a spreadsheet and run some benchmarks on your favorite game or whatever, and just see how much performance gain you're getting. Just do like a little percentage thing. See if you're getting like a noticeable performance. I mean, overclocking just a CPU is not going to give you a ton of noticeable performance unless you're in like a really CPU heavy game. I mean, like a game that's, you know, I don't know. Like maybe like GTA 5 is like one of those games now that's like super CPU heavy, I think. But CPU overclocks are one of those things that you're probably not going to see a huge gaming performance in if you're just doing like a slight overclock. So just RAM. Yeah, RAM is something that's even probably less noticeable for performance for gaming. I mean, you could. Well, that's a little different with the later AMD CPUs. I don't know how important it was for the 2000 series, the Ryzen 2000 series, but well, the graphics GPU overclocking is a thing that's going to probably give you some noticeable benefit. You know, bumping your GPU up 100 megahertz or something like that would probably be a pretty. You'd probably see some results. You know, some relatively decent results. But yeah, I mean, it's worth just screwing around with a little bit, you know, just bump your CPU overclock up a little bit, your multiplier or whatever. Like how do I do TPU here? Yeah, like you don't even really need to bump like your voltage up. You know, you can probably just keep your voltage and stuff the same. I'm not somebody to ask about overclocking things and everything. But, you know, you could just screw around with a little bit of bump the ratio up a hair, something like that. Base clock frequency, I think that's a little touchier if you mess around with that, maybe. I don't know. Yeah, the GPU has dual BIOS and is already on performance. I saw videos about RAM that 2400 to 2600 to 2800 each 200 gave the guy 15 FPS. That sounds crazy. Who was the guy in the video? Just some random dude, or was it like... I know some RAM speeds have been probably BS. Some RAM speed has been more important on the later Ryzen chips that I know of. In your with 2400, yeah, I don't know. But I think it's not very noticeable once you get up to like 1300. You're at 2933, maybe that's fine. I don't know. I know there were some caveats with like bumping up the RAM speed. I did a little bit of that, I think, with mine. I haven't touched really anything in a while here, but where's like my RAM speed and stuff? Because I think I have 3200. How do I get out of this? What in the world? CPU. What? There we go. Core volt. Where's RAM speed? Maybe I had to do all that in the BIOS. I don't remember. Got mine from 2400 to 2933 and same latency. And weird when I activate XMP, it says 2400, 16, 16, 16, 36, or 39. What is weird? What's weird about that? About what? You mean your XMP's not showing you your overclocked speed? I don't know how to get to DRAM frequency at all. Anyway. Like XMP, my XMP, it's the same as not activating it. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what to say about that. Some BIOSes are just weird and are awful, and they don't update. I have a Gigabyte B450 gaming. I've noticed I've had a lot of issue. I've done some system builds at work with Ryzen ones, and I've dealt with a few different BIOSes and everything, and I can tell you there's a lot of them that are terrible and don't update things in the GUI, don't do stuff, don't whatever. Sometimes an option just doesn't show up until you reboot it. But do you think it's worth overclocking? I can't answer that for you, Poem. Like you gotta look at what games you're running and see like if you want more performance. Like if you're already getting a bunch of you're already getting the FPS you're looking for. Then so that's why I'm saying, like, run some benchmarks, see if, like, if I don't see the FPS, I can't tell it's still smooth. Well, I just mean, like, I can't tell it's still smooth. Well, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, for the most part, you just kind of have to, if you feel like you're getting bad, look at your, I don't know. I'm very sensitive to, I'm very attuned with gaming, first-person shooter, frames per second. I like to play, I have 120 hertz monitors. I like to play, at 120 hertz. So, like, I can tell pretty quickly, like, when I'm dipping below 120 for the most part. And, like, if you can tell, then maybe you don't care, like, I don't know. It's only worth overclocking if it's, I mean, you're the one saying if it's worth overclocking. Like, I'm not overclocking my CPU right now. I mean, I really don't need to. It's already pretty fast, but I mean, out of the box, a 2600 is going to be pretty solid, and I don't think you're going to need, I don't know. I don't know if that what I'm saying makes sense. All right. All right, we need to, okay, so I'm doing two post-game screen things here. We're doing two post-game screen instantiations here. Just post-game screen.create, post-game screen.create. Thanks. Yeah, no worries, Paul. I'm glad I could maybe shed some light on what's going on. But, yeah, I mean, it's all, is it worth it to overclock? That's kind of up to you, like, do I need more? You have to ask yourself the question, like, could this game be smoother? Maybe I should try a little bit of overclocking, just see how it works, And running like your own benchmarks and writing down the numbers on a piece of paper and doing your, percentage calculations, like that's, I think doing that stuff's fun, but, maybe that's boring and not super fun. But keep the good work, stay safe. Hey, thanks, you too, Palm. Appreciate it. Thanks for hanging out. Let's see. All right, so if not, quit to main. Okay, so what are these two cases where we're creating a post-game screen? Because this just seems a little silly. Am I right? Oh, right here. Post game screen menu.show main. Okay, so we're doing a bunch of different stuff. Maybe we create a variable and we call it like, okay, so if we're not in a match, maybe we just create like a little, maybe we just do like a little const post game message, and then we do this. Then we do this part here. But we'll split this onto, there we go. So we create the post game message up here, and then we'll just pass it in. Beautiful. All right, so now, or wait a minute. Oh, I'm on the live site right now. Don't want to do that. Hey, wait a minute. What was going on there? Oh, this one was, okay. Ah, here we go. There we go. All right, so we're going to let our 5-second timer run out. And we're going to see what happens. It's going. Time's up. Okay. That's good. That's what we wanted. Now, we want to see opponent quit if I click the X button. So here we go. Click X. Opponent quit. Beautiful. All right, so now the final test is, I'm going to keep this one over here because we're not going to see it. We're going to retry. We're going to do this. And I'm going to kill the server. There we go. Disconnected from server. It said it. I know I couldn't show it on screen there for a second, but let's do it again. We'll do, here we go. We'll start the server. Do this there. Play. And then if we kill the server right here, disconnected from server. Beautiful. That's what we wanted. All right, I gotta tinkle. So, Al, awesome work, Java man. Hey, thanks, Al. All right, I gotta use the bathroom. We'll be right back. 2 seconds here. Oh, I missed the mute. There we go. Woo! We are back. Oops. All right. Okay, so that. Let's switch back to 30 seconds again. All right, so we've got a little bit of a problem where let's see. So when we do okay, so we're setting our post game message, and then okay, if we're not in a match, opponent would have quit before the match started. Okay, so that's what this specific case is. But otherwise we've got we've got this other case here. Which maybe opponent or post game message. I guess that's the opponent quit message. For sure, always, right? If match ended and this is not match, opponent would have quit before the match started. Well, or it could have been that the server connection was lost, too. We could say, or WS was closed, I guess, because we could technically kill the server in that brief window there. There we go. Hang on one second here. Okay. All right, so if match ended, we've got quit to main menu, which we do, okay. Then we don't show a post-game screen if it's quit to main menu. Here is if we're not in a match. Opponent would have quit before the match started or WS was closed. Pretty sure countdown timer is guaranteed to be running. Okay. So this is all fine. Oh boy. Wait a minute here. Let's look at the diff. I think there's supposed to be a return statement here. What? Hang on. I think there's supposed to be a return statement here that I deleted. I was just going to say, because there's like a potential weird case where we could have a couple things happen here. All right. Hang on. That would have been a nasty thing to track down. All right. I got to look at the repo online here. Where's the source for this branch? There we go. Client, scripts, what are we in? Application. What? All right, so what are we looking at again? This is match ended. Match ended. There we go. Yes. Okay, this is supposed to be a return right here. Wow, I'm glad we're supposed to return from the function, which would be this callback up here when we hit this case. This is kind of like do this thing and get out. Otherwise, we're going to do the rest of this. Okay, so it's good that we're finding that right now. Okay, so can I do like a nice double? Let's do a nice like double. Opponent would have quit before match started or WS was closed. Okay, brilliant. All right, so in this case here, if we're not in a match, opponent would have quit before the match started or WS was closed. So maybe we just do opponent. I guess we say opponent. If opponent quit, config dot. We just say that right here. Else. .ws closed. All right, so in this case, I think if the opponent quit, okay, so again, the block of code we're looking at right here is if this thing were to happen during like the countdown of the match, not in the actual match yet, because basically match is not something yet. Match is null. So if match is null, then we're doing this. So we actually haven't started the game yet, but we're receiving a match ended event. So yeah, I'm pretty sure we're handling the case here. Okay, so otherwise we can handle it here. Okay, what is this other thing? So if we quit to main menu, then we quit game, show main menu. Okay, so this is if we quit. If we triggered the match ended, basically. We, the player. Clicking the X button, the in-game X button, will quit the match. So then that's where we run this. So we don't care about the post-game screen at all if we're the ones that quit. We just quit right to main menu. That's what happens. Brilliant. Brilliant. So basically, it's either here, this is to boil it all down, we've got a match ended event that fires. So it's kind of three things that could possibly happen. Either we hit here, if we receive a match ended event right here, or if a match ended event fires and our match is not a thing, that means that the opponent quit during the countdown of the match, i.e. this, the 3, 2, 1, starting in 3, 2, 1. What was, oh, that was a practice. Okay. So, for example, I can do that right here by going, oh, we're not connected to the server. How about that? Ah, come on. I just broke everything. There we go. There we go. Ah, server's not running. Okay. So if I quit, this is what makes it so the game works if I quit during the countdown. So we're finding an opponent, we play, but if I quit during starting in, like, whoops, oh, okay, so I got to fix what we were just doing there, because that's what we're getting this error for. But, actually, wait a minute. No, that should have, hang on, I can demonstrate this. I can do it. All right, so we play, and if I quit, so I'm going to play here, and I'm going to quit just by refreshing the browser. During the countdown. So it'll be opponent found, 3, 2, 1, and I quit, and then it says opponent quit here, and then kicks you back to the main menu. So that is this first case. That second guy who saw the opponent quit message, he hit this case, and then we return from that function. That's great. The other two possibilities here are this one and then this one. This inside of this if statement here and inside of this else of the if. So this one here is if the match ends normally. Right? No. In this case, anything could happen. The opponent could have quit. Basically, this is a normal match ending. This is a match ending if I quit by clicking the in-game X button. That's what we hit here. And this is if my opponent quit or the server disconnected. If the opponent quit or the server disconnected during the countdown. During the countdown before the match actually started. So when that happens, we hit here. If we're the ones that quit by clicking the in-game X, we hit here. If everything else hits here. So a normal match ending hits here. If your opponent quits, you hit here. If the server disconnects, you hit here during the normal match. Not during the countdown. That's up here. Okay. I got a handle on it. I finally understand my own code. I've achieved true enlightenment. Until tomorrow when I don't understand it anymore. Okay. What happened to my glass of water? I had a glass of water here a second ago. A few minutes ago. I must have taken it upstairs at some point. During my last break. Okay, so the post-game message. Why did well, I don't like doing this triple ternary thing or whatever we're doing. It's kind of annoying. Opponent would have quit before the match started or WS was closed. Okay, so we're good here. Here, opponent quit. Yeah, here we need to, I guess, do this triple ternary thing. We've got possibly 3 things that could happen. Or wait a minute. Then we would do WS closed. WS closed. And this. Else, the normal one. Config.postgamescreen.messages.time's up. Ooh, time's up. There we go. All right. So now, let's have the server kill itself again. Well, wait a minute. Let's just make sure everything works. So we're gonna find a match, and we're not gonna kill it during the countdown. And then I'm gonna kill this one here. Opponent quit. Beautiful. Let's go in and adjust this time so that it is, the match time length is, actually, we'll go back to 30 seconds because We'll do that. And then maybe I'll play a game here. All right, so there we go. Opponent found, 3, 2, 1. We just want to make sure that we're getting the time's up message at the end now. Whoa, boy. Oh, overshot that one there. Oh, a little early there. Time's up. Beautiful. Looks great. Fantastic. Awesome. All right. Next thing will be actually testing the server disconnecting. So to do that, we will go back to the server main.js and uncomment that line where we're forcing it to crash. So we're forcing the server to crash after 10 seconds. So let's make it like 15 seconds. How about that? Yeah, there we go. All right, so the timer's already started. We're gonna go here. We're gonna go here. All right, so now the server's going to crash itself, and we should see the correct message on the clients now once it does. There we go, disconnected from server. Beautiful. Okay. The thing is, though, I don't think we want to go to the stats screen if you're disconnected from server. The beauty of crashing your own game on purpose. Exactly. Exactly, Al. It feels kind of good, actually. Yeah, the stats here are all messed up because, well, actually, technically not all messed up. Well, it's not showing the right time, so that's part of the, whoops. Oh, it kicked us over to the, wait a minute, that's weird. It kicked us over to, oh boy. It kicked us over to the practice match screen. All right, let's pop a couple bubbles on this guy here. Disconnected from server. Okay, so the stats are showing here, but it shouldn't. Okay, I think I know why. All right, let's comment that out. So server. Oh, it already did that. All right, so the server won't crash anymore there. Crash itself. All right, so quick thing here. So the stats screen. Oh, because we don't have any server stats. All right. If not quit to main menu. Ooh. Menu show main. Otherwise, okay, so menu show main. Otherwise, we're doing stat screen create. Okay. Let's do this. WS closed. If, yes, okay, so if there was no match or the WebSocket was closed, opponent would have quit before the match started, or WS was closed at all, then we'll handle this. We'll kick back to the main menu. If WS was closed, we want to kick players back to the main menu. Okay. WS was closed. We want to kick player back to the main menu. Players, players, whatever. Okay. That's good. Then we can actually get rid of okay, WS was closed. We would hit that. Otherwise, okay. I think then this is all we need. If opponent quit, we show the opponent quit message. Otherwise, we show the time's up message. Yeah, we can just put these all in one line, can't we? Yes. Okay. All right, so now if the server goes down, let's bring the server down again. So if the server will kill itself after 15 seconds of running. There we go. We're in a match, so we'll let the match run. And now we'll see disconnected from server, and then they'll go right back to the main menu, in theory. Okay, there's something else. Or we're going to simultaneously be in the match and at the main menu at the same time. Isn't that a beautiful thing? I mean, it did work. Yes, it did. It did. It just, well, what did it do? Or better yet, what didn't it do? We're seeing everything all at once here. Okay, so I like all the colors. I like all the main menu, the logo is just right there. All right, so I know what the problem is. The problem is this special condition here is assuming that the match there is no match, right? So I broke the rules. This condition is supposed to be if we're not in a match yet. And I thought I was being clever and saying, well, let's make this case if we're not in a match, but we're also WebSocket is closed. So I'm trying to avoid having too much duplicate code here, but maybe I should just. Okay, so now we need. Yeah. All right, so this, we're going to go opponent quit. I guess we're going to have to go back to this crazy ternary thing again. Why did I go away from what I was doing anyway? Like what? All right, so this is going to be else ws closed. Is there a reason why I did config.postGameScreen.messages. Come on, just VS Code. Just show me my stuff, please. Opponent quit. Time's up. WS closed. Okay. Why didn't you just show me that? Oh no, this. Okay. Yeah, this doesn't work because. All right, this one's fine because we're doing show main. Okay. Maybe I could just put this into a variable. No, we can't do that. We can't do that. Oh, no, we can. Maybe we can put this into a At this point, I'm just screwing around with this is just like a how do I want to make the code like more okay, this is not right. Opponent would have quit or WS was closed before the match even started. That's what how I should word this comment. Opponent would have quit or WS was closed before the match started. Okay. All right. Let's see. So this part is fine. This part is all technically fine. It's just that we want to do like the same thing. Oh, look at that. I'm using that to determine. Let's see. I guess we just do an if. An if this dot WS closed. Maybe we just do that. Or if not closed. Or I guess we say if WS closed. Yeah, let's just do this. I mean, that's just going to be the most straightforward thing. Okay, we do else. We show the stat screen. Otherwise, we're going to do this dot menu dot show main. Ah, what in the world? Missing that home row. Maybe speaking. Where are you? Okay, this dot menu dot show main. If this dot WS closed. Show main. Yeah, we'll kick you right back to the main menu for now. Right? Yeah, let's just kick you back to the main menu. Let's just do that. Okay. All right, so now, in theory, this should work. So, all right, the server will die. Just pop a few bubbles here. Should get server disconnected. Disconnected from server. Ah, we're back at the... What? Oh, it's not this .ws closed. It's just WS closed. I should have known. Okay. All right, so here we go. This is it. This is the real one. The real time where Jared gets it right. The moment of truth. Disconnected from server. There we go. Main menu. I like it. So that's not the most graceful thing, but at least even if the server crashes or if I reboot the server. Naris, what's going on? Thanks for hanging out, Naris. Good to see you. Isn't it getting late for you, Naris? Oh, maybe not that late. 35. Love and hate JS context at the same time. Yeah, I got you. I got you for sure. It's 10:30 p.m. Oh, okay. Yeah, I was thinking it was later than 2:35 right now. Whoa. Marind J. Marind. J. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Really do. Marind J. Sorry for that name. Sorry for that name butchering, you know. Hey, what? Why didn't I get any sound there? Okay. My speakers are back. I should hear it. My speakers mute themselves, and then after a while, with getting no audio signal, or they kind of shut themselves off. And then sometimes when people follow, I don't hear the little jingle. And if I'm not looking at the screen, my screen, I might not see it. So I like to make sure my speakers are awake. Let me guess. JBL. No, actually, KRK. KRK VXT4s. I do like a lot of audio stuff. So I mean JBLs. I'm not familiar actually with any of JBL's like audio monitor lines, but off the top of my head. But I've used KRK for a long time, so. My JBLs also do this crap. I hate it. Well, in my case, I like it because the speakers are really heavy duty, power hungry and everything, and they get really hot even when they're just sitting there idle. So I do like that because then I just never shut them off. I just leave my desk, and it's nice that they power off because otherwise they'll sit there and stay warm forever. Like they get, yeah, like they're pretty warm right now even. Yeah, it is annoying, but I don't. Yeah, it is annoying, but it's also nice. I think the benefits outweigh the annoyance in my case. All right. So are we done now? Let's test all the cases just to make sure I didn't break anything. The server's down. Okay, so let's bring the server back up. Let's do the one more test. Okay, so the server's gonna crash itself after 15 seconds. We've got a little timer. So we'll get into a match. We're playing along on our match. The server will crash, and our clients will now show a message. Disconnected from server. Then we go back to the main menu. That's good for now. That's good for now. Naris, have you released the multiplayer yet? Yes. Yes, we have, Naris. Sorry, I missed that. I thought maybe you were around yesterday. Yes, it's live. Yeah, it feels good. Feels good to have it live now. It's /game. Yeah, there you go. I gotta add the play because I type the play myself all the time. So I'm waiting for a match if you're in, Naris. Yeah, so now the play button is the multiplayer, and then the practice button is the single player right now. So I kind of did a little switcheroo on that. Well, before it was just a play button. I'm on a laptop with a touchpad. Nice. So you'll smoke me is what you're saying. Nice, nice. Yeah, so the little bar up at the top there is the red is the opponent, so we see Neris, like he made a mistake there. Moving up, right? And then like as I play, it's gonna move the red dot back, right? So like as I'm popping, whoops. Oh boy. There we go. So as I'm like catching up there a little bit. Yeah. So that's it. It feels good. It feels good to have that out live right now. And yeah, so right now what I'm just working on is yeah, I can imagine a trackpad being a little rough. I actually did try it on a trackpad once. I don't remember where that was. But I did try it on a trackpad. I think it was on my wife's laptop, actually. At some point in time. Yeah, it doesn't work on a trackpad so well. But yeah, right now I'm just working on kind of having the clients, if the server gets disconnected or something, if the WebSocket closes for the client, or the server initiates the WebSocket closing, I want the client to kind of recover itself a little nicely. Because right now, if the server were to crash or something, the client basically doesn't know, and like you could sit there and just be waiting for a match forever is basically what would be happening. So I'm trying to think of all like the nice ways we can fix that and make it work. So I basically just got the it to kick you back to the main menu in the event of there we go. In the event of the server crashing during the middle of a match. So if we're at this, if we're in a game here, I have the server set to crash after 15 seconds of running. Yeah, there we go. So both players show disconnected from server, and it kicks them back to the main menu. So that's about all I have so far. But in theory, that should also work too during like that countdown phase. Yeah, so now we need to like actually handle something for if well, need to figure out how we actually want to reconnect is one thing too. So my three kind of notes for this task are, so browser needs to handle closed connection with the server. So we've got kind of just took care of this last option, gracefully quit match if the server goes down mid-match. I mean, it's not so graceful, but at least it's, what would happen before is the match would just keep running, and then the clients would be stuck at the match screen with the timer bar all the way down, because basically the clients don't do anything until they receive the command from the server that the match ended. So if the server disconnects, we disconnect from the server in that case. We will have an actual message that will then kick us back to the main menu. So we won't get stuck in some weird state. But now we need to figure out like how we actually want to try to reconnect. Because for example, if we rebooted the server, we'd want to somehow try to reconnect to the server, to the WebSocket server. But we'd want to like try a couple times on like an interval, maybe. And then a global sidebar message when the server down, question mark. So that's like, I don't know what we want to do exactly to like say, well, we need like, okay, so maybe when we detect a disconnect from the server at all, we try like every 10 seconds to reconnect to the server. So the browser just does, we do like a set interval or something, try to reconnect, try to reconnect, try to reconnect. And then but then we need like a maybe a check. We could let you like do anything, but then like if you click play, it should say like, instead of going to the finding opponent, and we're you know, like here, WebSocket is already closed in closing or closed state when we click play, right? It'd be nice to then check like when you click the play button, and then maybe throw a message like a little. So we probably need to implement like our little message, on-screen message thing, where you click play and then it would be like, oh, currently not connected to the server. Please try again soon. You know, try again soon or something. Try again in a minute. Try again in whatever. Because then otherwise you could do the tutorial. The tutorial's fine. You could do that offline from the server. There's no reason to block that. There's no reason to, you know, you can still practice. You can still do a practice match. No reason to block any of that functionality. Like, might as well let people practice, have a good time. Anyway. The only thing is we just need like a message when you click the play button. So you click it and then it would just say like, can't right now. And then eventually the server reboots really fast, even if I physically reboot the actual machine. So, you know, like a 30-second timer might even be way too much. You know, like we just have something like 10 seconds. We do like a 10-second set interval. So let's actually look at that right now. So we're going to look at WebSockets wrapper. Nearest, do you connect to the server only for the multiplayer? No, you connect. Well, okay, so it connects you right away. It connects you to the WebSocket server right away when the page loads. That's just one of the things that runs in the script right away. But you can, practice mode is basically completely isolated of the server, doesn't need to talk to the server at all. So you could do practice mode just completely local. I mean, that's how the game worked without multiplayer. It was just a static JS file. The entire practice match code just exists right there. So you can still practice and tutorial and whatever, all just without any connection to the server, without any WebSocket connection to the server. So that's great. But because all I really need to do is just say like, I think that's all we need to do. We've got our graceful. So if you're mid-match, oh, there's another case. There's another case where if we're mid finding a player, if we're in the middle of finding a player, we want to try to disconnect. Maybe. Or maybe not. Maybe we just make it like transparent. Like what if, like for example, if I click play, I'm on the live populus.gg right now. We click finding opponent. What if the server disconnects, if I were to reboot the server while you were finding opponent and it were to come back right away, should we disconnect you or not? I don't know. So I would say you can make it connect only when the player hits the play button. If the server is down, display the message and go back to the main menu. Well, I would maybe do something like that. As a bonus, you'd have less load on the server when a user plays offline. For sure. Well, for sure that. I mean, the other thing is, though, is I think when we go with like leaderboards and stuff, we're probably going to be showing that on the screen. So that would be the leaderboards would be WebSockets, basically. or just a simple Node app. Well, what I'm thinking, I don't have a database or anything. So the leaderboards are going to be kind of like a daily kind of thing, or like weekly or something like that. I don't know. We'll see what we end up going with for that. But the idea would be we just kind of, so there's no database or anything, no back end stuff like that. So it would pretty much just be like we update the leaderboard over, we update the leaderboard and the client can get it, the updated copy of the leaderboard, you know, or whatever. That would be kind of the simplest thing for me to do at this point. But, oh, by the way, did someone break the record? The 124. As far as I know, that's still the top one. The 124 pops per second. That was by Truyaksky. That's still the record at this point. Although that's already on the older version of Populus. So the newer version's a little different. So we'll see. Well, yeah, there's a little bit. If anything, we should be seeing some faster scores because of the newer version, I would think. So Truyaksky hasn't appeared today or yesterday on yesterday's stream. So yeah, I will have to get whenever he does show up, I'll have to let him know that we've got the multiplayer live now. Is your chance to become the #1 in the world? Yes, definitely, Neris. Actually, I mean, like, I'm somewhat close, but not quite that close. I think I did 116. I think I did 116 pops once. And maybe like one mistake or two mistakes. Yeah. All right. But Neris, yeah, what you're saying about maybe just trying to reconnect when you click the play button. That's actually, wow, well, okay. I'm thinking about it. I just thought of something. I'm going to try something real quick here. What were to happen if I were to just, oh, that's not what I wanted to do. There we go. What were to happen if we were to just start 2 WebSockets right away? Okay, so if we were to do this. Yeah, we got 2 players connected. I want to see if the other one gets disconnected automatically because it doesn't ping. The other one shouldn't ping anymore. No, I guess not. All right. Anyway. Okay, so let's just try doing like a set interval thing here. I like Truyovsky's idea of saying, hey, let's just show like a thing, or let's just try connecting when you click, but technically I'd have to like, well, we might do something more like that in the future. We might do something more like that. Well, and another thing too is there might just be some other things that we do with WebSockets right away before we actually play. So anyway. All right, so let's look at our close handler here. So if WebSocket was closed, we call the match ended, we call event emitter, or we do event emitter.emit ws closed, but we should try doing we're going to do outgoing input timer ID. We're going to have this dot reconnect timer ID equals null. So in the case of reconnecting, so we'll just do, let's see here. Player clicked the in-game quit button. Send a serve. Where are we going here? Right here. So on the WebSocket close, we do match. Okay. So we'll do this dot reconnect timer ID equals set interval And we'll just try like 10 seconds, every 10 seconds. And we'll just It's making me think. If we do new WebSocket, that's all we do to connect it, right? This dot socket dot. Yeah, you don't call, there's like not a connect function method. Buffered amount. Let me look that up real quick here. Look that up. Look up the WebSocket object, the old MDN. Whoa, 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 whoa. Here we go. Oh, buffered amount, the number of bytes of queued data. All right. Anyway. Okay, so this isn't. Here, let's do this real quick. So what I'm going to do is CLG this dot socket, just really quickly here. Oops, and then let's go to the server here and uncomment our crash thing. So when the server crashes, we should get a little thing here. So we'll do this dot socket dot on message equals on message equals that. Whoops, let's do this. You have to recreate the socket to reconnect, I believe. Yes. Yeah, that's what it was looking like I had to do, Nearest. That's kind of what I was. Yeah, because. Okay, so there the on message is set. Got it. Yeah, so it looks like you have to do socket equals new WebSocket. That's how we're actually doing the connection. So what I want to do is like kind of recursively call this function. So we want to get rid of this. Ooh. So we'll do socket on message equals this. So I'm going to do this dot socket on message equals, and then that. Beautiful. And then we will do socket on close equals this. Oh wait. This dot socket on message. We're going to comment the on open too. Socket on message and then socket on close. So we're going to do also this dot socket, or I should call this WS. Say WS on message, WS on close equals that. And then we go down here and we say WS, or this dot WS on close. And this one, WS on message. There we go. All right, so that's good. This dot socket equals new WebSocket. All right, so then we are going to do, get rid of this. We're going to do our little reconnect set interval. Every 10 seconds, we're going to call this dot connect. Okay, so let's try this. Crash. See if this reconnects. Player connected. Sick. Oh, no. Wait, now it's going to connect another player. Oh. Oh, here's what we'll do. At the top, we just do an if. If this dot socket dot ready state equals 1, then we return, and we do, well, before the return, we do a clear interval, this dot reconnect timer ID, and then we'll just do this dot reconnect timer ID equals null. I like to just clean that thing out. All right. So that should do it. If we let the server crash, then we bring the server back. Drogos, hey, thanks for the warm welcome yesterday. Both here in Discord. Good to see you again. Hey, thanks for hanging out, Drogos. No, I appreciate you hanging out and everything. It was great. Oh boy. Okay, hang on. We got a weird thing here now. Did I do something wrong here? Yeah, it was nice for you and Tuxie hanging out. I really appreciate that. Really do. What is the problem here? All right. Okay, so let's let the server crash again. Oh boy. What was that? Oh. They're reconnecting. Ah. Oh, okay. After. Oh, yes. All right. Isn't this supposed to be happening every 10 seconds? Why is it happening? Okay, this is fine. No, that shouldn't be it shouldn't continue to be happening, I guess. Drogos, try downloading a Node.js backgammon game today. Give lots of security warnings when installing. Use so many libs that were compromised. Could not even find where to swap port and run it. I live the vanilla way. Nice, Drogos. Yes, I love vanilla when I can. We're only using our package.json right now is only using two libraries right now. Or only showing 2 libraries. Oh boy. Okay, we've got something really screwed up here that I need to work on understanding. Yeah, so I've got WS. That's how I'm doing WebSockets on Node.js because there's no WebSocket library, built in. And then Nano ID, I like to say Nanoid. Codico brought that up in the other day, actually. This was from last Tuesday, a week ago. We added this in because I was looking for a library just to generate some random IDs for right now. So I might not even end up using this package at all. It was nice to just have something fast to generate some like random carries. So that's kind of how I'm generating like these user IDs, but anyway. Yeah, use some libs, but stay away from frameworks. Yeah, I got you, Drogos. Weemy, what's going on? Good to see you. Welcome back. How was the stream, Weemy? I saw you hopped over and you were streaming before. How's the game going? Weemy's doing like a spaceship crafting game, building doing chemistry and stuff like that. Crazy stuff. Successful. It's awesome. Yeah, I haven't tuned in a while, Weemy. I mean, I know you've been kind of like off and on, or you had been kind of studying and everything. No spaceship anymore. It has been discontinued. Really? It's the same. You're doing the same game. You're still doing World of Atoms, right? But yeah, same game. It's now a space station instead. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, Drogos. Weemy's doing a web game. Yeah. 3D everything. Oops. So you're flying. You just changed. So it's not a spaceship you're flying anymore. You're flying a space station, or it's like different now. Like you've changed gameplay or something. Okay, I feel like CLG. I feel like this function is running more than I'm realizing here. So this callback, WS on close. So let's say we'll just console log WS on close. How about that? All right, we broke something there. We connected like 1 million players. All right. So somehow I'm not even trying to connect 1 million players, but I am somehow at once right now. When we started, all of a sudden, a bunch of players connect. So I'm just trying to have the clients recover themselves if they disconnect from the server. Set timeout instead of the interval. Well, I thought the interval. Well, I'm trying to figure out why the interval is running. I just want to make sure I understand everything that's running here. But I might, yes, like you said, Neris, we might. Oh, wow. We totally bricked the browser here. 24,000. Yeah, I hear my CPU spinning up now. Okay, so clearly I am misunderstanding this, what's happening here. So let's do this. Let's just comment this part out, and then let's just CLG tried to reconnect. How about that? Tried to reconnect. Oh boy. Did you accidentally include some of my stuff I sent you? No, we didn't. Wow, our frame rate really tanked there. Look at that. Oh, wow. We've got like 36,000 WebSocket connections or something that we're trying to do. All right. All right, Chrome's just completely tanked now. All Chrome. All right. Oh man. I'm actually maxed out my RAM from that too. All right, so CPU is at like 39%, but Shift Escape. I don't know if we'll even get to it. I need to, yeah, look at this. So we're maxing out RAM right now. Big time, 32 gigs I've got, so. All right, so I'm just gonna have to go in and start killing these Chromes that are maxing out in my actual task manager. All right. Weemy, thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. Yeah, I appreciate you cheering me on. I do. All right, so we killed Chrome. Beautiful. Man, my machine's really spinning up here. All right, so let's bring back our Populi here. Okay, so WS. All right, so let's bring back the server. Oh. Tried to read. Okay. Oh, okay. I kind of. Well, okay. I think I know what's going on here. Yeah, okay. So every time it would fail, we'd do another, we'd call connect again, but then the old thing would still be running. Is there like a cleanup or something method on WebSocket? No. Yeah, so, okay, yeah, Neris, I'm starting to realize what you're saying here. So when you do this .connect, you allow it to create another interval without clearing the previous one. Right. Because the old WebSocket object then still has the interval running. Because otherwise I'd have to clean up. I'd have to go in and remove those event listeners. Because this onClose, so basically we connect once, we set onClose, this function here, which does the set interval if we can't connect. But then we were running a connect again, creating a new WebSocket, new object, doing the same thing, and then the same thing. And the intervals were not getting reset, and they just kept going over and over again. That was the problem. You don't need the interval there, just timeout after disconnect. The next socket instance will create another timeout on close. Exactly. You're exactly right, Neris. Yes. I didn't think about that until now. Drogos, what do I mean by cleanup? Well, so what I was doing was basically, I'm trying to make it nice now that if the server crashes or goes down or whatever, that the clients can kind of reconnect themselves without anything crazy going on. In a somewhat graceful way. So what we did just before was we added it so that if you're in the middle of a match and then the server were to reboot or something, or the server were to crash or something like that, the clients will then show this disconnected from server message, and then it'll kick them back to the main menu. Which, that's not the most graceful thing we could do. We might come up with something better in the future. But we can't let the player continue to play on when the server goes down, basically. Because, like we do that with the practice mode. The practice mode exists completely just in the browser, but if you're playing a competitive one-on-one game, we can't. The server's the thing that's generating the new bubbles and sending them out, so we can't we can't do that anymore when the server's down, obviously, or the WebSocket connection is lost. So we need to kick you out to the main menu. That's just the way it's going to have to be. So then we have a function here that's running now. If we close, we kick you back. We basically, we kick off, we were kicking off a set interval to reconnect, but that's not what we want. As Neris was saying, we just want to set timeout, because what was happening is we would, this .connect is what sets up this function here, sets up the new socket, WebSocket. So like what was happening was the old WebSocket was still there. Like, so we would try to connect the server. We're having the server crash itself basically on a 15-second thing here. Just to test this. So the server crashes after 15 seconds. Then the browser fires this code, tries to reconnect, or tries to reconnect after 10 seconds. But then the problem is running this .connect again would do the same exact thing. Yeah, so let's actually move these back down. I think we can get rid of this now. So I can comment this out. We can go back down to connect, our connect method here. We can keep it all in this same place, I think. This should be fine now. And then here as well, we're going to copy this whole thing. Okay, so now what we're going to do is set timeout instead. We don't need to clear out the timeout. Don't need to do any of that stuff. Oh, and we don't need to do any of this anymore. We just need to try to connect again after 10 seconds. All right, so let's try again. So server just rebooted. Let's fire up a browser here. There we go. We're connected. Player, blah, 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 connected. The server is going to crash in a moment. And what the server does, then we want to see some stuff happening here. Okay, server crash. ws.onClose fires. Oh, actually, hang on. One more thing. And then CLG try to connect again. Try to connect WS again. Okay. Oh, it automatically reconnected there. That's cool. Okay. WS on close. And then I'm going to let it try to reconnect a couple of times. It's hard to see. You know, try to connect WS again. There we go. And then here we go again. Fail. Here's our failure path here. We got this error. That's kind of okay, I guess. Try to connect WS again. WS on close. That kind of happened quickly there. Trying to connect WS again. Close. Beautiful. Neris called it. Preston, what's going on, Preston? The multiplayer's live now, Preston. It's live. Populus.gg. Is that you, Preston, I'm playing now? So there we go. Am I playing you right now, Preston? Whoever I'm playing right now is not doing anything. I'm not playing myself, am I? No. I'm playing somebody who's not popping any bubbles. It's not you. Okay. There we go. Here's somebody else. All right. There's somebody's actually popping some bubbles there. Oops. So the little red dot on the top represents your opponent. So as your opponent pops bubbles, they're moving up. And you got like a resolution of 20 bubbles here. And then, so this means my opponent's ahead of me. And then as I pop, if the red dot's behind you, that means you're behind your opponent. I don't know. I always can never think of the exact words to say. That was you. Nice. Got you, Preston. Yeah, so I connected to somebody else. Somebody else had it sitting there and didn't and missed it. Missed the game. Great fun. Well, thanks, Preston. I appreciate it. All right, we got another game going. Could play two people at once here. Nice. One again. All right, I got it in the. This is the other browser here now. Oh boy. Who's blue and who's orange on the stat sheet? That's a good question, Neris. The blue is you. The blue is always you. The red is always your opponent. Yeah, once we have maybe like usernames or something, that would give a better idea. But it's kind of a good point. Maybe we need to figure out a better idea. Preston, you won by 1 there. Nice. But yeah, like if you throw up like two browsers side by side, like here I'm playing myself. Maybe we should make like the dot up there blue or something. Maybe we should do that. So like if I play myself here for a bit, we pop some more here. Oh boy. Oh boy. All right. So yeah, these two players were playing each other. Oh wow, very close. So 40 for this player. So this player's 40, so they're blue. Opponent is 39, red. Kind of the inverse for this. This player is blue, 39. Yeah, kind of vice versa. It's actually really fun. Thanks, Preston. Appreciate it. Is this peer-to-peer? No, it's not. It's there's a Node.js server that I have running that is doing WebSockets for that communication. So there's a server that kind of sets up a match between two players, and then basically generates the bubbles for both players. So both players are popping the same bubbles and everything. How are you that good? I'm not. Yeah, like Neris said, I'm only the number 2. I'm only the number 2 player in the world. So, were you going easy on me, LOL? Well, I don't want to. I don't want to brag, but, you know. Who's number one? Truyaksky is number one. I don't know if you're on the Discord at all, Neris. Or Preston. Sorry, I'm reading everybody's name wrong there. Preston, I don't know if you're on the Discord at all, but you don't have to join. But in the Discord there, you can see the video of Truyaksky's world record. He's got 124 pops in 30 seconds. 124. It's ludicrous. It's ludicrous. Yeah, but it's just a joke. I always just say as a joke that I'm the number 2 player in the world. I don't know. You know, there's probably a bunch of other people that could be better. But in what there's a high scores channel under the Populus section on the Discord. So there's like the little Populus sidebar header, and then there should be a high dash scores channel. Yeah, crazy stuff. Simple IP ban, you'll be number 1 again. Yeah. Truyaksky hasn't played this version yet that I know of, the multiplayer. So that'll be interesting to see. I like that simple IP ban. Yeah. Yeah. Has there ever been somebody who well, that's why esports people who are the developers are banned from the esports, right? I'll just create my own league, and I'll ban anyone who's better than me. How about that? Yeah, I think that's a thing with most games. Like any games that are like prime esports, anybody who's like part of the company or whatever is probably like banned, or at least anybody on the development staff of that game is probably banned. Oops, I accidentally put in a glitch that makes me instantly win. Silly me. Yeah, exactly. Right. All right, so I think our idea here is working now. I think Neris had the right suggestion there. Exactly. So our browser, oh, here we go. Now, oh yeah, we're always going to show, unfortunately, we just always have this on error, I think. I think there was no way to prevent that. Tried to reconnect. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, there we go. All right, so this is cool. Okay, so each are trying to reconnect again. The on-close method flies. We try to connect again. It fails to connect. I don't think there's any way to prevent that error in the console, because I remember kind of screwing around with that, even if you use the on error. All right, so then this is how we are, but this is kind of okay. So I refreshed these pages. The server's been down the entire time. We bring the server back. We comment out the close code here. So we're going to try to connect WebSocket again. There we go. Player connected. Beautiful. And we got, yeah, the other guy connected as well. So that's awesome. That's perfect. So we play a game. Let's have these guys. Console.clear takes care of that error, or try catch. Well, the thing is, I think I tried doing. All right, so now let's do this. So now we're playing a game. Everything's fine. Everything's fine and dandy. Now let's kill the server again. So these players went back to the main menu, disconnected from server. So the server's gone. The server's down. Try to connect WS again, and it's gonna fail. Same thing with this one. So now we bring the server back. Player connected. Player connected. Beautiful. Beautiful. I like it. I think we almost got it. Console.clear takes care of that error or try catch. Yeah, the try catch, I don't think you can do it because I've tried it before with this. I've tried the on error. I've tried doing like an on error and we CLG the error and it's still. Oh, we got to refresh these. Got to refresh these bad boys. All right. Everything's fine. Let's kill the server. WS on close. So when it tries to connect again, I think it prints that error. Yeah, it prints the error, but there's like no. So I'm printing this error now. But there's no way to try catch it. Because it's technically not any of this code that we're hitting an exception on. It's like the WebSocket, whatever. I agree. Do not think you can try catch that specific error. I remember there is one WS related error you cannot remove. Well, yeah, I mean, the try catch makes sense because it's none of this code that's failing. It's like an async thing, right? Like it's none of the code here that I'm running that's throwing an exception. It's like that attempted WebSocket creation later that fails, and it's just like a Java browser thing or whatever. And like I can do an on error, and that prints the error, but it doesn't really help me unless I'm trying to parse exactly what that specific error is. Then I can do that. But okay, so now we've got all these failures, but if we bring the server back, oops, then these will try to reconnect. Beautiful. And then we're good. And then we can play. So there the browsers are without restarting themselves at all. I've got a bunch of garbage logging in there for our other issue that we found. For the other issue we were working on. But all right. Time's up. Great. Okay, so that's cool. And we console.clear, is that's actually a thing? Maybe we do that in, maybe we should do that in here. We do console on error, we just do a console.clear. I like it. So that way we'd only show like, actually I think we would show, all right, so let's kill the server. Trying to connect WS again. Console was cleared. Nah, I better leave it be. Yeah. And the thing is, it's not really going to happen anyway. Like, the server's not going to be down for like a while. At least you will always see when something bad happens. Right, right. Posted a link about that error on your Discord. And maybe we try again after like, well, the reason why I did 10 seconds is because I think even if the server physically reboots, it comes back pretty quick. But maybe we should do something more like 30 seconds, just to be a little more safe, a little more less spammy. Yeah, I see your thing, Drogos. JavaScript doesn't catch error in WebSocket instantiation. My socket currently. You threw that in the high scores there. How do I move a Discord message? Because I would move that into like the general thing. I don't know. How can I move like somebody's post? It's like an admin or something. Oh, you just moved. Just removed it. There you go. Nice, nice, nice. How do I? Can't I move something? That would be nice. All right, yeah. Thanks for moving it, Drogos. My socket currently throws net error connection refused because the server isn't running, which I want it to be at that moment. Problem is the following piece of code doesn't catch that error in the console. I see, blah, blah, blah. WebSocket connection time error causes a dispatched event, not a thrown value. This is a web throw. This is because throw operations must be synchronous in order to handle all connection time errors. WebSocket constructor need to completely suspend all script. Yeah, that would be bad. Because of the connection's asynchronous nature, the WebSocket must report error. The error connection refused message you see purely as a benefit of developers. It is not accessible to the script in any way. Right. The error event handler is the correct place to respond to failure. Yes. Right. Yeah, so in other words, it's fine. There's nothing we can do about it, basically. So, Drogos, yeah, no worries for posting it there. That's fine. I just thought, I as an admin, I thought I was able to, like, move stuff around on Discord, because I might do that. Like, I might add a channel where something becomes more relevant, and I wanted to, like, move it somewhere else. I'll have to look into that, because I thought that was possible. I'm a Discord noob, to be honest. All right, so yeah, just nice to have it confirmed that you do all correct. Yeah, right, exactly. Right, and like an exception has to be something happening. Well, no, I guess it's not something that like my code is running. I mean, it's something my code triggered, but like it's not a catchable thing, I guess, right? Like it's some asynchronous thing happening separate, and then All right, so let's get rid of these console logs now. Okay, so now let's test this out with everything else. Let's make the server die. What? I didn't start the server. Okay. All right, so we're not quite done with everything yet. All right, so we're playing a match, and the server's going to die after 15 seconds. There we go. Disconnected from server. We go back to the main menu. And then these guys are going to try to reconnect. Oh, they're set to 30 seconds now. All right, so then let's go in, comment this code out, which restarts the server. And then these guys should reconnect. Our clients should reconnect then. There we go. They're back. Nearest, what would happen if you press play while disconnected? That's the thing we haven't handled yet. So right now, that will explode. So we kick right to our finding opponent screen on the client, but here we got an error. WebSocket is already in closing or closed state. So that's the thing we have to handle now. We have to say, okay, when we click the play button, check if we're connected or not. Check if our opens in the ready state is open. Okay, so if I do this again, we could close this. Ooh, they both already connected, right? Sweet. Okay. Yeah, this is looking pretty good so far. I like it. All right, I'm going to have to get some sleep. Yeah, for sure, Neris. Thanks for hanging out. I always appreciate it. You got some, threw some good ideas out there. Yeah, have a good night. We'll catch you later. Whoops. Okay, the retry button does the same thing, right? Let's look at stats screen real quick here. Okay, so stats screen. All right, menu play button does what? Menu play button does find match button clicked. Okay, and stats screen also does find match button clicked. Beautiful. All right, quick bathroom break. Be right back. 2 seconds. Not that quick, but we'll be back in a minute here. BRB. Joanna BRB's in the chat there. All right. Woo! We are back. All right, so wasn't I gonna test something here? Let's just refresh these browsers here. Okay, so first things first, we restarted the server. Didn't we? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. What happened? Hang on a second here. All right, hang on. Something's going on up there. Okay, we're good. Everybody's connected. So if I do... Oh, that's right. We're not logging the close anymore. All right, hang on. Let's do, just so I can make sure I'm testing everything properly here. Well, wait a minute. Okay, hang on. Okay, so we're here. We're going to do this, which kills the... Well, okay. So that disconnected the server, and we should see the players reconnect now. There they go. Okay. Perfect. Perfect. All right, so the players reconnected. Awesome. So yeah, in the event of them being up and then the server rebooting, and we might not even get any console logs, because like if I just kill the server, bring it back right away, there's just going to be that one window of the server. There's the on-close fires, but now that the server's back up, when they try to connect again, it's going to be good. The error is only occurring when we try to connect to the WebSocket server and the server's actually down. So you have like that little delay of it not being able to connect to the server and then throwing the error. So like vast majority of the time, unless the server is down for a while, which it never will be, we're never going to really have any downtime, players reconnected. Because if the server crashes, it restarts its PM2, restarts the server right away. If I reboot the physical server operating system, it's a virtual server, but if I reboot the OS, it's down for just seconds anyway, because it's really fast to come back. We won't even have that error in there. Beautiful. Now, the only other thing is, so I think in every case, the only cases where we care about the server, if the server closes in the middle of a match or in the middle of something, yeah, if the server closes in the middle of a match, we're good. A competitive match. It doesn't make a difference if it's in a practice match, right? Yeah. Doesn't affect our practice match anymore, which is good. Or we made it so it doesn't affect a practice game. Oh boy. There we go. They reconnected. Sweet. Sweet. All right. And if we do a competitive match, everything should be fine. We should be handling every case. So let's do this. Let's just make this small so we can see it. And we'll join a competitive match. There we go. Opponent found. We're in a game. We kill it. We get disconnected from server. They kick back to the main menu. But then the clients will reconnect. And everything will be okay. So I restarted the server. It's down here. So we'll see after a little bit that the clients reconnect, which is great. After 30 seconds, which for testing, that's kind of annoying now at this point. To wait 30 seconds for this to come back. But I could come over here and practice in the meantime. Oh, there we go. Reconnected. Beautiful. That's awesome. Same thing if we join. So now we're back. The server's back. Everything's fine. Everybody's happy. If we play and then I kill the server when it's loading too, everything is good. So we play. I kill the server. Oh, what? Come on. I thought we fixed that. I thought we had that. Okay, I guess not. Man, I really thought we took care of that. All right. So let's see what's going on here. Okay, so match ended. Or no, wait a minute. Ooh, you know what? You know what? WS closed. You know what? I bet you I never went back and No? WS closed. Okay, hang on. We're going to go back. We're going to CLG this. CLG. Oh, hang on. Okay. Man, how did that not? All right, I made a mistake. I admit it. I wasn't right. Okay, so I got a little, I don't know what to call it. One of those, I've got an if statement here that's canceling out, that's filtering out. So we're only throwing the match ended event if we were in a match, which is good. But the problem is, I must have added that in later because I was pretty sure we killed the match. All right. Okay. If countdown timer is running. So the problem is problem is if there's not a match, which there isn't a match at the point where there's a countdown timer. Yeah, it's like a little catch-22 or a chicken or the egg thing or something. Catch-22. What does catch-22 even mean? Oh, it's a book. Or is it not a book? Or is the book named after the title or the phrase? A dilemma of difficult circumstance from which there's no escape because mutually conflicting or dependent conditions. That is exactly what we are in right now, a catch-22. Dictionary definition, catch-22. So we've got a condition here. If a match ends, but we're not, if we get a match ended event, which basically can happen if your opponent quits the game, then the server will throw a match ended event. And the match ended event can occur before there's even a match. You know what? We probably should have like a countdown, match countdown ended or something instead. I don't know. Something like that. All right. What's our solution here? Because I'd kind of hate to duplicate this code here. Because if we're not in a match, but if we've got a countdown timer, then we need to show the post-game screen. And kick to the main menu, basically. Drogos, this is how I feel too. Late. Thanks for the stream. Take care. Hope to see you on Monday again. Hey, thanks, Drogos. Appreciate it. I really do. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, it's probably it's got to be getting late there out in Norway, right? So have a good night. Have a good night, Drogos. Yeah, 23:15 here and work tomorrow. Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, get some rest. Have a good one. What are you doing down here? Rudy the cat has made an entrance. Well, let's go back to, okay, so we've got our WS closed event. So here's the problem. We're filtering out if we're not in a match. But if we are in a match and it's not a practice, and we're not in the match that we're in is not a practice match. Ooh, wait a minute. WS closed. This dot match and hang on a second here. CLG WS, oops, WS closed. WS close, okay. But we didn't, match should be null, right? CLG, or match. This dot match. This dot match. There we go. All right, let's kill the server. Oh, wait, the server wasn't even running. All right, hang on. All right, and then kill the server. WS close and null. All right. Now, why aren't we getting an exception here when we say if this dot mat? Why isn't it saying cannot read is practice of null? Because if I do this, and then we kill the server, yeah, here we get an exception. Cannot read property is practice of null. Why aren't we getting that? I guess we're not getting that because that's weird. Let's, all right, how come JavaScript doesn't make sense? That is practice. All right, do I get an exception here then? Or wait a minute. Bring the server back. Now kill the server. Yeah, now we get an exception. That's weird. Well, oh no, I guess because it's an and. All right, I'm just going to do the safe thing. We're not going to do the whatever it's called. We're just going to do a double if. So we're going to do if this dot match. All right, so we're going to do what are you talking about, buddy? Okay, then we're going to do an if. That is practice. All right. So I guess what's happening is the and is failing here, and therefore we're not hitting this. But I don't quite trust that. So I'm just going to do this. I'm going to do just a nested if. What do you want? He's a little ticked. I know you're trapped down here, buddy. I'm sorry. Whoops. Bumping the mic stand. Sorry. All right. So. Oof. Okay. So now this is fine. this on a one-liner, I guess. All right, so if we're on the countdown timer, this is tricky because if we're on a countdown timer, we don't want to close the game either because you could be on a practice batch countdown timer and theoretically we'd be closing the game. So this statement would be true as well. Rudy, come on. He's ticked because he's trapped in the basement right now, but that's the way it's got to be. All right, so let's see. I guess he doesn't have to be trapped in the basement anymore. Because our countdown timer could be something, right? We could have a countdown timer. The countdown timer could run before the match. Come on. Because the problem is, okay, so the problem is if we're in a match, we need to close the match. If it's not a practice match. So if it's not a practice match, then we close it. But the problem is, if it is a practice match, but we're not in the match yet, we're just at the countdown, then we won't hit this. We won't actually handle the cleanup. But the problem is, if we're just at the countdown timer, there's no way to know. If we're just at the countdown timer, there's no way to know if it's a... Unless we put like a flag on the countdown timer, maybe. I don't really want to do that, but maybe that's what we need to do. Ooh, actually we do pass that to the countdown timer creation method. So maybe we could just set a little extra flag on the countdown timer with that. So we pass isPractice into the create method. So maybe we just do that. We do countdown timer is practice, pass that along, and we do countdown timer, or we bring isPractice in here through the constructor isPractice. Then we do this dot isPractice equals isPractice. I think that's it. I think that's what we want. I'm fairly certain. Okay, this dot isPractice equals isPractice. Okay, so now that we're doing that, now we can do so if we're not in the match, I feel like this code should be like a all right, match ended. We basically need to do this whole shebang because we need to kick you to the ooh, actually what we could do. Okay, so if we do if this dot countdown timer, then maybe we could do if this dot countdown timer dot is practice event emitter dot emit match ended WS closed true. All right, I think that's kind of what we want. So now let's try it. So we need to refresh these browsers, refresh them, start up the server. Oh, wait a minute. Let's just refresh them now. Okay. So now we're going to play, and then we're going to disconnect the server. Come on. Oh, it's not as Okay, I did the wrong thing. There we go. There we go. There we go. All right. So now we do this. We join these two players together. Then we kill the server. Opponent found. There we go. Disconnected from server. All right. And we're logging disconnected from server in the console for some reason. Did I put that somewhere? All right. Now... Oops, menu. All right. All right, this is great. So I think all we need is... We still have a couple more cases here. We've got a couple more things where we've got match. Finding opponent screen. Or match, what is it called? Match wait screen. We've got match wait screen. And we've got another case of match wait widget. We've got to handle those. So we got to figure out what we want to do in those cases. And for right now, I say we just do the easy thing. Like we kick you back to the main menu if you're on the match wait screen. Like we give you a message maybe. Yeah, see, this is why it'd be nice to have like a generic... Be nice to have like a generic... Eventually, we could have maybe like a really transparent thing where you kill the match. I got a tech deck here. That's what that noise is, in case you're wondering. Helps me think, you know. Just fiddling around with the tech deck. It's kind of nice. Dropped 66 frames. Yikes. Well, we've just been dropping like a second's worth of frames at some point. Is that even registered as an issue? No. Okay, that's good. All right. All right. I'm trying to think of how we really want to handle. I mean, we're going to need some sort of message thing. I think in every case, so let's see, these are the possible like screens we could be on, right? We could be on the match screen. We could be at the main menu. In the case of a server disconnect, we don't really need to do anything. We could be at the match. We could be in a match, and we only want to be in an online match. If we're in a practice match, we don't really care. We could be at the stats screen, in which case we don't really care. If we were at the stats screen at the time of a disconnect. If we were in a tutorial, we don't care. If we were in the countdown timer, we care if we were in the countdown timer before a public match. We've got that. We've got that taken care of. The match wait screen, we care about that, and we care about having the match wait widget being on screen. We care about these two things. So those are things we've already got in the comments, or in our comments down below. The post-game screen, that's like time's up or opponent quit or whatever. I don't think we care about that. Now, the one thing is I want to look at when we actually instantiate a stats screen. So where we actually do stat screen.create. Okay, so here we've got a stat screen.create. And this is after the post-game screen, right? So this is in match ended, so we already have stats. Okay. So that's fine. So if we lost connection during that last screen, during the match, the post-game screen, it's fine because we would have already had the stats from the server by that point, and we can pass them down. So that should be totally fine. Like for example, we can even test that right now. We could pull up a couple browsers here, refresh them, get into a game. I could actually pop some bubbles for this player here. Pop some bubbles here. I slowed the speed down of this, the speed of the ball animation again, and I like that. I like how it's a little slower. I think it makes things a little nicer. All right, so oh, wait a minute. I wasn't ready. All right, I wasn't ready. We got to do it again. Play another match here. Okay, so let's get some stats. And now I'm going to kill the server when we're on that. As soon as the time ends. Okay. All right, so that's good to know that that didn't work exactly. All right, so we killed it during the time's up screen. Which threw the disconnected from server. I guess because yeah, all right, we're in trouble now. All right. All right, so match ended. We create a post-game screen. So the problem was we fired when does match get set to null? Match gets set to null. Oh, wait a minute. Does it need to get? Okay, so that's part of the problem there. But does match need to get set to null? Else match gets set to null right away. Okay. Oh boy. Okay. Let's try it again. Let's play a 30-second game. All right, and then we're going to come here and we're going to kill the server right in that last screen, and I think we should be okay here. Ready? Beautiful. Yes. Okay, so I think we're good enough. We're good to go at that point. What we were doing here works. So I was setting match to null in the callback of the post-game screen. So match wasn't getting set to null until after the post-game screen fired its callback, which is this whole thing here. That was where we were setting match to null. But now we're setting match to null immediately after, which is fine. Yeah. Okay. I think this is fine. Pretty sure this is fine. Hope this is fine. Yeah, there can't really be any side effect of that. Stat screen. Yeah, because we pass the match in by value, and then we're setting the other value to null. Right. Passing the reference to that match. Okay. Yeah, and like a normal game, so if we do a normal game, oops. Oops. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. So a normal game running, it's just fine. Time's up. 5, 5. Okay. That's looking pretty good. Badger, what's going on? Hey, can I try something with your website? What are you trying to try, Badger? Nothing. Oh, okay. But you have to say yes. Oh, okay. Well, I guess it depends. Depends on the category of thing. All right. So bubbles popped. Yeah, this stuff's all coming out just fine now. All right. So yeah, there is no. I think I was just doing the setting the match to null before, as like yeah. Okay. Setting the match to null in that callback was just a. I just did it because I don't know. Moving it outside of the callback here, I think, is just fine. Come on, don't even worry. Your website's in good hands. Shh. Are you gonna try? Are you going in and like you're changing the stuff again? Because that's not really how it works. Like you can. Like I know you said you like went in and changed colors and stuff, but oh, yeah. Because what you're doing when you do that is you're just modifying in your browser your thing. All right, sure, Badger. Go ahead. Go ahead. Whatever you were going to try to do. Yeah, go for it. Are you playing a game, Badger? All right. Let's... I'm trying to do something else here. That's consent right there. Nice. What are you trying, Badger? I never know with you. I'm waiting for a match. I see that somebody connected, and that's probably you. All right, so again, I think everything is okay if we do another match between these two. Opponent found, 3, 2, 1. We pop a bubble, we wait. Oh boy, that's not what I wanted to do. Ah, come on. Retry. Opponent found, 3, 2, 1. Click. Wait for the time to run out. We kill it. The server right there. Everything's fine. There we go. Beautiful. You sure? What am I sure about? Am I sure that I saw that you connected? Maybe it wasn't you. Okay, so time's up. Oh, whoops, I forgot to get rid of that log. All right, where is that countdown? Where are we showing that? Post game screen. Retro. Borth. What's Borth? Thanks for the cheer, Retro. Thanks for the bits, I should say. Oh. Happy birthday. Yes, that's right. Thanks. It is my birthday. I appreciate that. Appreciate that, Evan. Thank you. Whew. What's going on, Evan? Did you were you streaming today at some point? I don't think I saw you. Oh, now we're connected, right? Sweet. Okay. All right. I think we've got that taken care of. Application. Okay, so this case is good. The match is good. If we're in a countdown timer, that's part of a public match, we're good. We just, okay, wait a minute. We're up here. This is what we were looking at. So if we're at the main menu and the server disconnects, We don't care. We're fine. If we're in a match, we only care if it's a public match. If it's a practice match, we don't care. And we got the match thing handled. If we're on the stat screen, we don't care at all. If we're in the tutorial, we don't care at all. If we're in the countdown timer, we only care if it's a countdown timer of a public match, which we handled, and we're good. If we're at the match wait screen, we have to handle that one yet. If we're at the match wait widget, if we're showing the match wait widget on screen, we got to handle that as well. And this one's going to be a little trickier to have a nice UX UI thing to go along with it, unfortunately. The post-game screen, that's what we just fixed. And we're good to go on that one now. We're good to go on that one. So if we kill the match, I just woke up. Nice. So you're probably doing another 4 a.m. stream or something. Man, what a crazy sleep schedule you got going on, Evan. It's crazy. All right, so now if we play a game, we kill it, it's disconnected from server, we go back to the main menu. Perfect. And the clients will reconnect. Oh, it didn't work. Oh, sorry, I wasn't there to play. But I see that Badger did 766 mistakes. All right, so our client's reconnected. I'm working on reconnection stuff right now. So like if I rebooted the server while people were in the middle of a match or while people were anywhere, just making sure that the browsers reconnect themselves automatically when the server comes back. Not that that will really I mean, if for whatever reason there were people that would play Populus, you know, there'd be more of a potential for that. But, you know, this is you, Badger, here, 766 mistakes. I like it. All right. So let's do, okay, so the client's reconnected, which is great. If we kill the game right now, it's disconnected from server, they go back to the main menu, we bring the server back. Great. We have to wait 30 seconds for them to reconnect, but we'll just do this. We'll do a play. We kill the server in the middle there, disconnected from server. We're back to the main menu. Great. Let's bring the server back. Whoops. All right, and then if we kill the game during that post-game screen, the time's up screen. Time's up, we killed it. We still go to the stat screen just fine. We go back. All right. Everything is looking pretty good. All right, the browser's reconnected. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. All right, so the only thing we kind of have left is a little trickier, which is the well, the match wait screen is fine, but for the most part. The match wait screen is fine, but for the most part. post game screen. Post game screen. This might be more like, maybe we're going to change this. Instead of being post game screen, we'll change it to like a generic message screen or something. Post game screen. So what do? We pass a function, we pass some text. Post game screen message text font ratio. Yeah, I feel like we could maybe even turn this into like a generic thing now. It doesn't need to be, this doesn't need to be just for post game screens. We could make it like message screen or something. In theory, if we were on, okay, so if we were on the match weight screen, so let's just say we were if this dot match weight screen, and the server disconnected, we could do this dot match weight screen dot destruct this dot match weight screen dot equals null. And let's make sure that's how I get rid of it in other cases. Okay, so here, in-game quit button. Wait a minute. Oh, yeah, okay. Destruct the menu. Okay. So we could do match weight screen. So basically we need to look at like what'll happen if we're on this screen, finding opponent, and then the server disconnects. We reboot the server, whatever. Well, like what's supposed to happen? So this dot match weight screen destruct this dot match weight screen equals null. That's perfect. But then we want to do, I guess then we do this dot post game or post game screen equals post game screen dot create, and then we pass in a callback, and then we do some text, which would be config dot post game screen dot messages dot disconnected from server ws closed, and then we just say, do we always have to yeah, so maybe we should have it. So post game screen destructs itself. Match weight screen destruct. Match weight screen equals null. Post game screen create. Blah 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 blah. And then what do? We show the main menu. We kick you back to the main menu. So we do this dot menu dot show main. Ooh, and we do this .menu.hide in game too. This .menu.hide in game. Match wait screen destruct, match wait screen equals null, menu.hide in game, menu.show main, and then emit the event. All right, so now in theory, well, I don't need two browsers here, but we do this, and we kill the server. Disconnected from server, main menu, good to go. And then it should reconnect. You should see this player reconnect in a second here. Nice. Excellent. All right. Okay. Okay. So the match wait widget, I'm trying to think of what we want to do to handle that. In theory, this match wait screen deal should be good. So the match wait widget, that's that little thing that hovers up on the screen. It's there right now on the live Populus site. So if you click Populus and you're sitting here waiting for an opponent, you can practice while you wait. So you click this button, and this is the match wait widget, is what I call it. So until somebody connects, I'll just be here like doing my own little practice game. Oh boy. Oh boy. Then opponent found. All right, so we're playing somebody right at that very last minute. Nice. We're playing somebody, but they're not actually playing. They're not popping any bubbles. Wasn't me, was it? No. Oh, it was Badger. 727 mistakes. Nice. All right, so I'm waiting for another game. But anyway, yeah, the match wait widget is this thing here. And then it interrupts you as soon as like another player connects. But the thing is, I'm trying to think of how do we want to, if you're finding an opponent How do we kill this, like, and let you know that we killed it? How do we say disconnected from server or something like that? How do we show that? Is my question. Because like here, this will just be here all the time. I could do other things. I could go do the tutorial even while the match weight widget is there. Oh boy. Nice. All right. All right. I'm still waiting for an opponent. Okay. This is a spam bot. What are you talking about, Badger? Hey, what am I yawning for? What's going on here? All right. Maybe for right now, we just kill the match weight widget. Maybe for right now, that's just what we do. How do we kill the match weight widget? The match weight widget dot destruct. Match weight widget should only go away once a server match is actually... I didn't finish that comment. Is that what I'm supposed to say? Once a server match is actually started? Is that what I'm trying to say? Match cannot started. Okay. All right, so we just want to do this, I guess, for right now. We'll come up with something better. More if dot match weight widget. Yeah, so, okay, so then in this case, Players will reconnect. There they go. Whoops, I didn't want to do that. So now, if I play and go to a practice match or something, and then we're still finding an opponent. Uh-oh, something else broke. Stat screen 52. Did the practice match die here? Yeah, it really did there. Look at that. Okay, so what are we doing differently now? We changed something. So stats screen JS 52 cannot read property bubbles of undefined. So I must have changed something now. So the match ended. What did we change? Where's our stat screen? So that was stat screen JS 52 match.bubbles.length. Oh, it doesn't work in practice now. So that is the reason why we have. All right. There is a little side effect for what we were doing. There is a little side effect for what we were doing now. Okay, so we go up to match ended. We go back to our match ended event handler. And we were doing, okay, so the actual good match ended is right here. If not, quit to main menu. Set up the post game screen. Stat screen create match.stats, match.bubbles, match.stats. We could maybe split those out into match stats, bubble stats, or something. You know what we also need right now? We need to show our event handlers. We should be doing that right now. So we're gonna import that, comment that out. We're gonna go down here and we're gonna do event listener count. There we go. Did it happen? Did what happen, Badger? Did I break everything? Yes. All right, so let's refresh these. 38 event listeners now. That seems to be our baseline. So if I do that, wow, we're still at 38, 36. Yeah. Okay, so where are we doing stat screen create now? Well, let's look at stat screen create. There's only one stat screen create in the whole thing. Right. Right. So maybe we can do this, and then we can change it to, let's look at stat screen create in the entire, just make sure dot create. Yeah, okay, cool. I made something in Python, but it didn't work. Ah, you're learning a little bit of development stuff, Badger, huh? Nice. Trash, what's going on? Good to see ya. Welcome back. All right, so okay, I understand why now. Because we're using, yes, because this is a function that gets set later, so it goes in and actually talks to this property. That's why. Okay. So what I probably need to do is just do, I guess we just do const match. Zubashi, happy birthday. Hey, Zubashi, thank you very much for that. I appreciate that. Thanks for the bits there. Is that what those are? Yeah, bits. Nice, nice, nice. Yeah, it is. It is my birthday today, actually. All right, here's what we're going to do now. We're going to create just a variable match equal to this dot match. And then we're going to send that. We're going to use that here. Do this, so stat screen. Do this just for stat screen to have access to match when callback is called. Beautiful. I think that handles it. Okay, so now we should be able to practice without any crashes or whatever. So what were we doing? We were doing this. We were doing this. And then we're just testing a little match here. And there we go. Beautiful. Okay, so now if I kill the server, our little widget here should die. So let's try that. So I go here, kill the server. There we go. Back to 38. Just what our baseline should be. Perfect. Beautiful. Fantastic. Love it. All right. Okay. Do this just for stat screen. Have access to match when callback is called. Oh, and then we can actually move this dot. Wait. Where do we destruct? Okay, we call destruct there. Whoops. Okay, then we can move this up, actually, just for clarity's sake. That will be more clear. Okay. Yes. Let me make sure that everything is still good after that. All right, so let's come on. Refresh. Oh boy. What happened there? Oh, the server's not running. All right, that would help. There we go. Finding opponent. Practice while you wait. Let's do that. Time's up. And let's just try it. Okay, and then let's just try killing the server here. There we go. And then I just thought about something. All right, well, well, what I was thinking of is like, we don't. Now that I'm doing this and like having these browsers like reconnect. I'm kind of thinking like maybe the better thing to do is. Wait, why is the server dying again? Do we still? No. Okay, the player's connected now. There we go. All right. It's looking pretty good. If we now do a play, do this, then we go here, kill the server. WebSockets wrapper 172. Hang on a second here. 172 is sent. Okay. All right, we're doing some good stuff here, but the problem is, like, we don't. What if we update? We don't really want a browser. If we push a new update, let's just say, we don't really want the browser to reconnect It's like we're going to need to, like, maybe pass a version down or something when we do the connect. And, like, we need, like, the browser to, like, auto refresh if the version numbers don't match or something like that. Something like that. All right, well, I think I am going to shut the stream down. My head's starting to get a little swimmy. We've got some good stuff going here so far. What happened to our Trello? I guess we... Yeah, we got stuff here. Zubashi, laters. Yeah, we'll end her here in a few minutes, but I'm gonna start. Start thinking about shutting her down here. So so let's change this. Let's add a checklist, and then we're gonna do set timeout to try to reconnect. So we did this. So I checked that off. We did gracefully quit match if server goes down mid match. We did that. We need to do kind of like a version. Well, we did. What else did we do? We did match weight widget. Just destructs when WS closes. Should say if WS closes. Should say if WS closes mid match, rather than saying the server goes down. And then the one thing we need to do is maybe like do a location dot reload if client version doesn't match latest server version. Something like that. So do a location dot reload if client version doesn't match the latest server version. Because like we can keep, if like the server just crashes or something, or I reboot the server, that's fine. But we want to maybe do something like this. Do a location dot reload if the client version doesn't match or something. Because theoretically you could just keep like a browser window open and I could like update if I updated the code and somebody had the browser open, that wouldn't really be too good. So something like that, I guess. All right. So yeah, so what else? We got some good stuff done today. I mean, we got most of that cleaning up or handling kind of our server disconnect issues for the most part. We pretty much have that. I mean, at least good enough for right now. There's some other like UI things that might be better to have, might be nicer to have. But we'll see about actually getting to those at some point. So yeah, otherwise we found that one bug right now that can still happen, and that can still happen on the live version. So we need to figure that one out. But otherwise, honestly, I mean, for the most part, like, we're pretty much good to go. Yeah, I mean, we handled all of these cases, I think, and that's all we need to deal with right now. So I probably just need to do a little more testing with this, kind of run through all the test cases before actually deploying this version. And we could probably get away with this and be fine. And then maybe we'd focus on like that version thing. Like, I wonder if, so like we want to have we want there to be like a version connection check or something. Like, the server should send down the latest version and the client should check its version against that. And if they're different, then they should change. Or then the client should do like a location.reload. I feel like that kind of makes the most sense. Yeah. All right. Well, we got some good stuff done today. My head's getting a little swimmy. We're almost going 8 hours. Whew. All right. So, yeah, again, it's my birthday. Thanks for the birthday wishes, guys. Evan, Retro, Zubashi, thanks for the bits. Really appreciate that. We dropped some more frames. Darn it. Zabios, happy birthday! Thanks for streaming. Hey, Zabiaz. We'll say Zabiaz. Thanks for the birthday wishes. I really appreciate that. Thanks for watching and hanging out. Frulu, thanks for the happy birthday. Appreciate it. Thanks for hanging out and watching too. Yeah, so we'll be back. I'd like to try to do a Thursday night stream. That is Thursday night, my time, Central Standard Time. So I'd like to get back into that habit. Things got kind of crazy with kind of the holidays and everything. And I didn't end up doing one last week because last week I was trying to work on deploying the multiplayer Populus. But yeah, I'd like to be back Thursday night. No promises, but I'd like to do that. Otherwise, my normal stream schedule is Mondays and Tuesdays. It gets started at 10 a.m. Central Standard Time. We usually go for 6.5, 7 or 8 hours. We're coming up on 8 hours here today. So for sure we'll be back on Monday, but possibly on this Thursday, the 21st. So, which it probably would be like a 7 or 8 p.m. I'd get started, maybe later. If it's much later than that, I won't get much done because my head will be really shot. It'll be too late to like stream and think and get things done. But we might do a little bit more just like testing of these cases that we just added in today. And maybe I'll be able to go live with a new version after that. But yeah, so far things are looking pretty good. I'm liking what we've got. Yeah, thank you guys for the birthday wishes. I don't think we'll do a raid. I just did a quick glance at stuff and I didn't really see too much going on. But yeah, thank you guys again for the birthday wishes and hanging out and the bits, and you guys are nuts. You guys are the best. Seriously, we're up to 230 million followers. I think at least 230,000 followers. Just kidding. We're at like 230 something followers. So, but that's crazy. That kind of blows my mind. We've been streaming for a few months and we got that, and we got 18 subs right now. That's insane. You guys are nuts. People are throwing money at me, which it's seriously insane. So you guys are awesome. Shout out to you guys. And just quick plug of the Discord there. Well, again, we've been working on my game Populus. Link down there in the chat. And I got a Discord as well for anyone out there interested. You can check that out. I've been posting the Populus updates in there. There's a little high scores channel for Populus high scores. And there's a little feedback or bugs section if you find anything there. Yeah, I think we're signing off. So thank you guys very much again. We'll see you in the next one. I'm now 28 years old. That sounds kind of old. That's pretty old. Getting close to 30, which sounds kind of scary. So, all right. Enough about my age. I got to get out of here. We'll see you guys in the next one. Thursday night, possibly. Otherwise, Monday for sure. So, until next time, sayonara, adios, ta-ta for now. Love you guys. Catch you later.